All your go-to jams. Feel the breeze on 93.9 FM.
Madness, magic, filled with lies. I can show you incredible things. Madness, magic, heaven, sin. Saw you there and I thought, oh my God, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. Love's a game, do you wanna play? New lipstick, dress and purse. I can read you like a magazine. Ain't it funny? Rumors fly, and I know you heard about. Oh my God, let's be friends. Dying to see how this one ends. Grab your passport and my hand, 'cause I can make a bad girl good for the weekend. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers that'll tell you I'm insane. And I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the bare necessities of Mother Nature's recipes. And that's the bare necessities of life. Yes, that's right, so long, farewell to you, my friends. Goodbye for now, until we meet again. That's right, so long, farewell to you, my friends. Goodbye for now, until we meet again. Said it's been great to play and sing together, but now it's time to say goodbye. So bye, 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 so long, farewell to you, my friends. Goodbye for now, until we meet again. That's right, so long, farewell to you, my friends. Goodbye for now, until we meet again.
KUAM FM, Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Saturday morning, jumped out of bed and put on my best suit. Got in my car and raced like a jet all the way to you. Knocked on your door with heart in my hand to ask you a question, 'cause I know that you're an old-fashioned man. So can I have your daughter for the rest of my life? Say yes, 'cause I need to know. Say I'll never get your blessing till the day I die. Tough luck, my friend, but the answer's still no. Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? Why you gotta be so rude? I'm gonna marry her anyway. Marry that girl. Marry her anyway. Marry that girl. No matter what you say, marry that girl. We'll be a family. Why you gotta be so rude? Why you gotta be so rude? Yeah, it's pretty clear I ain't no size 2. but I can shake it like I'm supposed to do. Sky got that boom boom that all the girls chase, and all the right junk and all the right places. I see the magazine working that Photoshop. You know that shit ain't real. Come on now, make it stop. If you got beauty, then raise them up, 'cause every inch of you is perfect from the bottom to the top. Yeah, my mama, she told me, don't worry about your size. She says girls like a little more booty to hold a night.
That booty, that booty,
She said
booty.
I won't be in a stick figure selling Barbie doll. So if that's what you're into, then go ahead and move along. Because you know I'm all about that bass, no treble. I'm all about that bass, no treble. I'm all about that bass, no treble. I'm all about that bass, bass. Oh, where do we begin? The rubble of our sins. Oh, where do we begin? The rubble of our sins. And the walls kept tumbling down in the city that we love. Gray clouds roll over the city, bringing darkness from above. Whoa, do you like pina coladas? Why gotta be so
Getting caught in the rain.
Don't you know I'm human?
If you're not into yoga,
why gotta be so
if you have half a brain,
I'm gonna marry you.
you like making love at
Marry
midnight.
that girl. Marry
In the
her
dunes
anyway.
of the cave.
Marry that girl. No matter
I'm the
what you
one
say.
that you look
Marry that girl. We'll be a
Look to
family.
me and escape.
Why you gotta be so rude? Yeah, why you gotta be so rude? And the players gonna play. The haters gonna hate. Yeah, I'm just gonna shake. I shake it off. Heartbreaker's gonna break. The faker's gonna fake. Yeah, I'm just gonna shake. I shake it off. Ooh, I shake it off. Yeah.
Signa uli die sombranzelten maak et zu I te saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci na'i banderata gaigi, pues atan Fanny bandera, kau esta pagwapu malalapa, gilog tanu man libri, sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matuno nyagi toru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria a big is the same Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba isla selpara. Toru itempu ipas, paraita, zangini langit na ben Headed down south to the land of the pine, thumbing my way into North Carolina, staring down the road and pray to God I see headlights. I made it down the coast in 17 hours, picking me a bouquet of dogwood flowers. I'm hoping for Raleigh I could see my baby tonight. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. From the cold up in New England, I was born to be a cruising in this tropical island. My baby plays the keyboard, I pick this ukulele now. North Country winter keeps it getting me down. Lost my money playing poker and I had to leave town. I ain't turning back to living that old life no more. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Walking due south out of Roanoke, caught a trucker out of Philly at a nice long toke. He's heading west to the Cumberland Gap, Johnson City, Tennessee. I've gotta get a move on before the sun. I hear my baby calling my name and I know that she's the only one. If I die in Raleigh, I know I will die free. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. Good greeting.
Good greeting. Good morning. Good.
You put something behind that.
There's a little oomph.
Yeah.
A little gumption.
Was that your mom's coffee you had today?
There's some beetle nut juice in there.
Oh, okay. Beetle nut seems to be the topic this morning, right?
Yeah,
right off the top.
We had someone in the comments.
Yeah, Cisco.
Why is beetle nut so expensive?
Is it expensive? I mean, well, I guess
I don't know.
proportionally. How Cisco? How much?
I don't
and where
buy
are you
my
getting beetle nut?
I don't buy my beetle nut. No, one of our friends here at KUM brought a big box of Ugam. Yes, the hard one. I don't know if you guys like the hard one. Most of you guys like the soft one.
The ugum or the tanga?
Yeah, so Ugam Chunga, Ugam Chunga.
Classic. Classic.
Right,
We used to recite that like
Right.
in high school.
Yeah. Flashback there. Yeah, I don't know why the beetle nut's so expensive. Don't buy a knife, it's expensive.
But do you remember when you could buy beetle nut and you would get it like with the tool?
The tool? You mean the tiaras pugat? The scissors?
Yeah, but I mean it wasn't.
I remember just being able to buy.
I mean, it wasn't really scissors. It wasn't really like a scythe or anything like that. It was. I mean, somebody had to have forged that, but like you had like the little thin piece that you mount the pugwa on,
Yeah.
and then you had the big blade that comes down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was part. I guess you can say part scissors, part scythe, part
paper cutter.
part paper cutter,
Right,
part
yeah.
Guillotine.
Good question.
That's
You know,
Chamorro engineering right there.
it's actually very rare to find the hard beetle nut. The green one is everywhere,
Yeah.
widespread, but the hard one, that's the unicorn.
Well, you know what? Considering how much it's been raining the past couple of days, just go outside your house and everything. With the rain, with the wind,
Yep.
I bet you, like it's fallen.
I mean, you'll find it if you know somebody, but I just don't know how. I don't hardly. Maybe in the South, you'll find it in the stores.
Yeah, when I was younger, my dad loved to chew pugwa.
Yeah.
And he took pride in that. You know, he really took like a lot of time to unwrap it and cut it the right way, and then
Yep. Good stuff.
he went slow.
620.
He made my mom try it once, and my mom was like, "Nope, I'm out."
got dizzy.
Duh.
621. It's Wednesday, April 26th. Welcome to another episode of The Link. Jason Solis, my name's Chris. Joe Sir, the ones and twos here. We're on Facebook Live. Good morning, Facebook Live. And good morning to our friend at Burger King, Rudy Rodolfo, reminding you guys it is Whopper Wednesday.
What Whoppers?
You go into any Burger King location, buy Whopper, and tell them, I love the Whopper, and they're going to give you another Whopper. Just like that.
And they're happy to do it. You just got to proclaim your love. I mean,
Proclaim it. Life is short.
speak it into existence.
Don't keep it in. Let it out. Shoot your shot. I love you, Whopper.
Whopper, be mine.
Yeah.
We belong together.
Yep. Shoot it, guys. Shoot it.
Whopper, if I can't have you, then nobody will.
Let me just say,
Oh, that's a little extreme.
no shot that wasn't shot ever hit the target.
Well, your romantic history is way better than mine.
622. Yeah, good morning, Facebook Live. Rosemary Laguana, first one in. Good morning, team. Angel P. Quintanilla Castro. Good morning, Familia KUAM News. Bananas y Duas. All
Buenas.
have a good and safe day. Benedueñas. Buenas. Anita Materni Blas McHale. Roadrunners in the house. Meep, meep. Plus A. Onape. Buenas Guahan. Andy Jorda. Buenas Chalu. Agat Town. 671 in the house with hibiscus emojis.
Oh, nice.
Emma Olalia, good morning.
I bet you in about a week we're going to have some beautiful hibiscus.
Christina Hoko, Hoffaday, good morning, everyone. Roberto Francesini, Buongiorno, Guam. Bill Nauta writes in Buenos Dias and Bev Test, J. Solis, Hoffaday, Familia KUAMs, and Toto Marianas.
Woo!
The show is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and our friends at Jack in the Box. Here's who's coming up on the show this morning. Mary Rhodes, the Guam Hotel Restaurant Association. They're talking restaurant revitalization. I know we did a big Zoom with you and Nestor yesterday.
They are going gangbusters. I mean, Mary's basically...
They're going gangbusters on this thing.
And today, and what she's really going to focus on is, I mean, and we've seen, and I'm going to get into this when we read news, but, the vaccination clinics and, the Guam Guard is doing such a fantastic job. They give out, 200 vaccines a day. Today, when Mary does her vaccine clinic for the hotel and restaurant industry workers, they're planning to do 2,000 in one day.
Yeah, and that should bump us over the path to half.
Yeah.
And we're getting also Mark Scott of the Guard. I don't know. Is it going to be today? Is it going to be tomorrow? We're going to achieve this path to half with the vaccination of half of Guam's adult population. Remember, the governor set this kind of one of the finish lines for us to reopen the island by May 1st if we achieve the path to half. So we'll catch up with Mark Scott of
And
the
also,
Guam
Dr.
Guard.
Hoa Nguyen yesterday sounded a little bit optimistic, and he goes, we can do it. We're not there yet, but
Yeah.
let's have, like sprinters say, you got to get that final push. This is the anchor leg.
Yeah, and then they're also saying that because we're resuming use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine,
That's right. Today.
that's one shot. And I thought people would be kind of hesitant to take it after that pause, but Dr. Hoa said people actually do want to take it, and probably because it's just one and done.
Mhm.
Because I watched the story that we had on the national news, and they were saying something like 5 million Americanos have not come back for their second shot. 5 million.
Mhm.
And they were it was an NBC news story. They were talking about maybe it's because they had experienced some kind of symptoms with the first shot, and
Yeah.
that led to some second shot hesitancy. So we've been really fortunate, I guess, here on Guam that people want to take the vaccine, and we don't have a problem. I mean, people are beating down the door to get the second shot. No one's really like, oh, first shot, I don't want none of that.
Well, we got a story about that coming up because Tyler was at the TGen testing site yesterday.
Yeah.
And even Janella Carrera, our friend, the PIO from Public Health, she was surprised because people were like lining up 2 hours before it opened.
Right. So the demand has definitely been there. Yeah, so Mary, when she comes on today, if you guys know a restaurant owner, family, friend, whatever, the application period for this restaurant revitalization program is only going to be 3 weeks long. And then once that window closes, that's it. You can never get this money again. And guys, this is free federal money.
Yeah. That is the key right there.
Yeah.
Like it's a federal program, and
It's
like
a grant. It's not a loan.
Yeah, like our buddy Ken Lujan said, I'm gonna paraphrase him in maybe 20 seconds, but he said basically this is nationwide, so it's not like Guam gets first crack. Everybody is open at the same time.
Right.
First come, first serve. There's a finite amount of money. It's not like the PUA where you have to constantly reapply and you get this schedule of payments.
It's
It's
one
one-time
app.
disbursement.
Yep.
You have until March of 2023 to use the funds. For the most part, businesses are going to pay down the debt that they've accrued because of having to buy
PPEs.
yeah, PPEs and the masks and the hand sanitizers.
And then
the
also,
plexiglass.
I believe it covers loss of inventory. There's
Yeah.
just there's some wide uses that you can apply this money to.
And it actually affects a wide swath of in coffee shops
Yeah.
and basically Ken was saying
This even could food trucks. My food truck
Yeah.
friends out there, guys,
hot dog vendor.
apply for this money because, like I said, it's a grant. You don't have to pay it back. They're just giving it away, and they're really trying to get the word out before that application period opens. And we picked up Thai over here the other day, and I was talking to the lady, the Thai place
Oh,
over
the
here.
Thai, Kin Khao. Kin
Yeah,
Khao Thai.
and
yeah. Used
she
to be a
didn't know
Runda.
she didn't know anything about it. And so even small restaurant owners like her, like our friends at Tuna Food Truck, Boca Box too. These guys, you can apply for this grant, get a great deal of money, and have it basically cover your losses for this pandemic, and you don't have to worry about paying it back. So
Yeah, the one big thing that Ken really did stress when we had him on last week was he was saying who's ineligible. Basically, if you are a restaurant that's part of a publicly traded corporation. So I was like, okay, so maybe your McDonald's and companies at that level. And he goes, well, that's interesting because if you remember the McDonald's franchise, it's a franchise locally owned by the Azuzu family.
Yeah.
So they still qualify.
yeah.
So unless you're listed on the NASDAQ or, the Fortune 500 and everything like that, you do qualify.
Yeah.
Most restaurants on Guam do qualify.
I don't know if Guam Barbecue Company, are they on the NASDAQ?
They should be, but for now, I mean, hey, you'd buy stock in that, I'm sure. you'd be their biggest
How about
shareholder.
Tenorio Empanada? Are they on the NASDAQ? What are they trading at?
Well, the other day, their empanada the stock was up.
It was up.
Buy.
Yep. And then we're getting Lillian Posadas, Guam Memorial Hospital. Always good to get her on for an update. Maybe we could find out a little bit more about this new hospital deal. I know Senator Chris Duenas is doing something about a new hospital trust. He's coming on with Senator Joanne Brown to talk about. We're going to talk about Senator Brown's official misconduct bill and Senator Duenas, that deal with the hospital trust, and then they're going to talk about their opposition to this clean water resolution that we had Senator Sabina on about yesterday. Again, we'll get Mark Scott of the Guard, and then you got an interesting thing with Jacob Dowdell at Guam High.
Yeah, our friend Coach Dowdell, he's doing this amazing program because, like as long as I've known him, he's not only been like a football player and a football coach, but now he's, making opportunities available for young people on the island to, to better themselves, have a chance at, possibly playing college ball or competing in the States. And now what he's doing, he's got this program that actually teaches young men how to properly tie a necktie, how to tie a bow tie, and he's also teaching them financial literacy planning, which everybody needs. I mean, we were talking to Maria Leon Guerrero from the chairperson of the Foundation for Public Education, and she said that because she's a banker, her daughter's school asked her to come out and said, hey, can you teach something about, why it's important to save and everything like that. And Guam needs that so desperately. I mean, I wish I had like a financial literacy class when I was in school.
I wish I knew how to tie a tie. Yeah, I mean, anchoring the news back there was something every day. I had to go find Pete Anderson of Santa Rita. Hey, can you tie this? Oh, yeah, come here, Bobak.
And because you know why? Because Pete worked for many, many years for when United was still Continental. And those guys, they don't just like tie like ties like we do. They tie Windsor knots.
Right.
That's the really tough one. So you have the big bulb and then.
So I don't know how to tie a tie.
Oh,
man, funny story. PXC Philippines. Minutes before having to go on in the ring, I couldn't find a clip-on bow tie on the PI, so I had to do the tie one. Had no idea how to tie it.
Ooh.
John McCarthy, Big John McCarthy of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, who was the ref. The ref. He was reffing the PXC fight at that time. Cage side, John, do you know how to tie a tie? Sure, come here, Chris. Did it up. Pretty cool story.
Yeah, so I think Coach is teaching young men how to tie neckties and bow ties.
There you go.
Yeah,
right on.
Yeah, but you can rock a tie. I've seen you wear a tie.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate that, man. Dude, are you wearing a Dawkin t-shirt?
Yeah, rocking with Dawkin.
Do you guys even know Dawkin?
This is
what does that even mean?
No, it's the lead singer's last name. He is, I believe he's Finnish.
From Norway.
Yeah, but big George Lynch fan.
What was their hit song? The biggest one.
Oh, they had several.
But what was the biggest?
They're probably most well known for the song from the Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 soundtrack, "Dream Warriors." And I actually wore this today because I was gonna say
Didn't they have like a love song?
Well, they had "Alone Again." I'm alone again without you. That was the jam. So basically, I wore this because I was going to suggest, and when Sabrina gets back, all four of us do. We should take part in Cover Me Too. I would love to play some Dawkin.
Yeah, Jay's a metal guy. Guys.
And this was actually my favorite Dawkin album, Back for the Attack. I got this on tape.
This guy has Dawkin albums.
Yeah, I got this on cassette.
Not to be confused with Dawkin. That's a different band.
Nah, but I had. And before you had CD changers and you could carry the Case Logic. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
You carry around Joe Sir is a professional DJ. How many Case Logic did you have, sir? But I used to carry.
Case Logic made a lot of money.
Yeah, I used to carry my cassettes around in this little it was almost like a rattan wood thing. It was and so I would carry that. I had Dawkin, I had White Lion, I had Heart, I had.
These dreams.
Yeah.
When I close my eyes.
How do I get you alone? Dude, Heart, man. Oh. Royalty.
Yep.
Ann Wilson is a siren. And Nancy Wilson can jam. I mean, way before. And as a guitarist, I've always hated this, that notion that chicks can't play. It's like, no, women, if you go on YouTube these days, I love it so much because women are shredding. I mean, they put dudes to shame. They can really, really play. They've got chops. And Nancy Wilson of Heart was way up there. Just listen to the opening 14 seconds. Remember Crazy on You?
Yeah.
Ding, 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 and you
Down,
have
down,
Yeah, man.
man.
and Nancy was going crazy on a 12 string.
Yeah, wow.
Have you played a 12 string before?
Yeah.
They're hard to play.
I don't even know what to do with the extra 6.
Yeah, I mean, you got to push down hard when you.
I
fret
just
your-
play whatever, and it sounds like 2 people are playing. All right, are you done?
Have you ever played a 7 string?
I've played a 5 string.
Oh, there you go.
Are you good?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was our. We now continue.
Yes, we do.
We have ended our new segment called Music Theory.
Guys,
With
what
Chris
it
and
is
Jace.
Sabrina's off island, okay? So it's like anything goes, at least for this open. And Jay's always willing to just take us down this. I call it the road to left field.
Hey, we talk about Beetle Nut. We talk
Yeah,
about
yeah. No, because I'm into collecting vinyl now. So I was thinking about Heart because I had one of their records. And then he got me thinking about Dawkins because I had a cousin, my late cousin Joe Black, was really into metal, and when we used to skate, he turned me on to like Slayer and Megadeth.
Sure, Big Four.
Of course, everyone's always been into Metallica.
The thrash. I was into Metallica
Anthrax.
before people got into Metallica.
Oh, you're one of those. I was into Metallica before you were.
Yeah,
into
I mean,
Metallica.
when my friends were skating, I mean, we were
Yeah,
jamming.
but do you even have their first album?
No, exactly. We were jamming Ride the Lightning way back.
Yeah, Metallica was huge.
No, okay. Well, can we talk about?
But it's crazy. So when we used to skate, he would make me listen to the Slayer. And you know, if you guys listen to Slayer, it's all like, I mean, they're not devil worshippers, but they have songs that are just crazy.
They're Catholic. I mean,
Yeah.
they've even admitted they're Catholic.
Right. But I would listen to that skating, and I'd be so guilty and so scared that I would sing Yes, Jesus Loves Me in the shower. Because I'd think like, oh, man, that's it. The devil's going to come get me now because I listened to Slayer. It was real back then, the satanic panic, they called it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And even Ozzy Osbourne wears like a big cross, and like he prays for his children and everything like that. It's like for most of those bands, I mean, it was just
a lot of Chamorros like Ozzy Osbourne because he likes Fanihi.
he bit the head off one.
Google it, guys.
But, okay, can we talk about
Okay, yeah.
your recent collection of vinyl? Because you've got it back in your office, and you've got like the plastic crates. Chris here, ladies and gentlemen, Link fam, has recently got this wonderful collection of records.
Yeah.
Where are you getting those from?
Around.
But they're really nice. I mean, you got some 70s jams.
Yeah.
Don't you have like Earth, Wind, and Fire?
I got some Isley Brothers, some Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, Isley
The
Brothers.
other day we were listening to Whitney Houston. What's the album with You Give Good Love and Saving All My Love?
Was that her first album?
I think it was her first one, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't really like pop on Whitney Houston, but to listen to it on the vinyl, it just takes you back.
Now, what is, as someone who has been like, worked on the radio for as long as you have and everything like that, do you still prefer vinyl today? Because, you've gone through vinyl and then cassette tape and then CD and then MP3.
I like vinyl. I don't know. I like vinyl. I don't know if it's like an old school thing, but it just has like a kind of a fatter sound to me, right? It's like more, I don't know how to explain it.
It's full.
It's full, but it's also like bassier, right? Yeah. I don't know. Something about it.
Have you got any
though.
Queen?
I don't have any Queen yet. I got some Grand Funk Railroad.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, now where do you play this stuff? Because I haven't.
I got a little record player I got from Joan. It's a Victrola. It's a little portable one with a little speaker, but you need a good speaker to listen to vinyl. Because vinyl's already old school, so you want to put it on a good speaker with some good bottom end. Yeah, so that's it. That's my vinyl story. But you know what I really am digging is I've been getting through just different friends a lot of Chamorro vinyl. Old records from back in the day of Chamorro music. And, bro, it is just...
And you go
cool.
deep because
It's-
you love local music.
Yeah, it's really cool to just see, like, what the people were wearing back then and just some of the album covers. I've been posting it on my Instagram, guys, at Malfunction. I'll post up a record cover of a vinyl LP, and then people will start messaging me like, hey, that's my grandpa, or hey, that's my Nino, or hey, that's my auntie. Thanks for posting it. You know what I mean? So that's pretty cool. Guys, it's 6:37, Wednesday, April 28th. Enough of the chit-chat. Let's get down to business right here on the link, the Wednesday, April 28th episode, in for Sabrina Salas Mantanani with the very latest. A look at news. Jason Salas, good morning.
Good morning, and good morning, Guam. Thank you so much for watching us right here. Yesterday's car score for the island dipped, of course, from 1.0 to 0.7 on Tuesday, but today it is back up to 0.9 after 16 new COVID-19 cases were confirmed out of 884 tests performed on Monday. There are now more than 69,000 of your fellow islanders who have received their first dose of either vaccination, well, I'm one of the three, and more than 52,000 Guamanians have been fully vaccinated. On that note, perfect segue, the UOG vaccination clinic will resume administering the Johnson & Johnson vaccine today, as Chris noted earlier. 200 doses are available daily to those who qualify if you are ages 18 and older. You can book an appointment online at KUAM.com/vaccination, and we sincerely hope that you do. Please take care of our island, join the vaccination, and get your shot. Thank you. Public Health, in big news this morning, issued a guidance memo last night providing general requirements and restrictions for graduation ceremonies for schools, that's kindergarten through 12th grade, as well as institutions of higher education.
After the war and then turned it over to GovGuam, bears some responsibility for its cleanup. GovGuam was forced to finally close ORDOT and build the Luzon landfill after it was sued by the U.S. EPA for violating the Clean Water Act because of toxic leachate. Justice Samuel Alito summarized the case in a question to the U.S. government attorney.
Guam's argument, in very simple terms, is basically this. We're a small island, and the only reason, and while we may have contributed to part of the problem with this dump, the Navy contributed quite a bit too. But in any event, all of this, the respective liability of Guam and the United States should be adjudicated under CERCLA, where the United States could bear some of the costs. But the United States has cleverly proceeded against us under the Clean Water Act for the purpose of avoiding that. Do you have an answer to that?
CERCLA is a wide-ranging environmental waste cleanup law passed in 1980, also known as the Superfund Law. Attorney Vivek Suri, assistant to the Solicitor General, responded.
EPA had legitimate reasons in 1988 for deciding not to proceed under CERCLA. By that time, the Clean Water Act process had already been underway for a couple of years, and EPA explained how the Clean Water Act procedure would, as it were, kill two birds with one stone. It would solve both the CERCLA problem and the Clean Water Act problem.
GovGuam counsel Gregory Garr, a former U.S. Solicitor General, responded.
The bottom line is that the United States wants to have its cake and eat it too. It sued Guam under the Clean Water Act in order to insulate itself from liability for its own role at the ORDOT dump, allegations that must be accepted as true, and now it wants to block Guam's actions to recover a portion of its cleanup costs by saying that the parties' settlement of the Clean Water Act claim somehow barred a CERCLA contribution claim. There's no basis in CERCLA, the common law of contribution, or anything else the government relied upon in its brief or today at oral argument to allow the United States to get away with that ploy here.
The High Court has taken the matter under advisement. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Meanwhile, it's hard to predict how the Supreme Court will rule, but Attorney General Levin Camacho is confident about Guam's case. He says the justices seem to hone in on two things.
On the one hand, we have to concede that we entered into a consent decree with the federal government to clean up ORDOT dump. But on the other hand, as we pointed out in argument very artfully, this was a very deliberate decision by the federal government to sue Guam under the Clean Water Act because you can't get contribution from other parties under the Clean Water Act. So they knew and they intentionally chose to pursue a case against Guam under a statute where we could not bring in the Navy to pay its fair share of cleaning up the ORDOT dump.
Camacho also credited a bipartisan group of more than 24 fellow attorneys general, led by CNMI AG Edward Manabusin, for their amicus or supporting brief. He says the justices were clearly swayed by that. Camacho expects the High Court will issue its opinion no later than June. The recently identified clusters are similar to past clusters that led to COVID-19 outbreaks back in August. But the significant difference is the vaccine. It's been 5 days since the announcement of the new clusters, and the governor's physicians advisory group and public health remain confident that we will contain the spread and reach the path to half goal before May 1st.
We don't have a big outbreak like we have back in August. That's a huge difference just because of the vaccination.
The vaccine and testing across the island. From the Northern Public Health Clinic to drive-through testing at the Tsubaki Tower and Tizen Old Carnival Grounds and over at private clinics. It's been all hands on deck to test the potentially exposed people linked to the 2 COVID-19 clusters. Dr. Hao Wen with the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group says we aren't out of the woods just yet, and they will have a better idea by next week.
And so far, the number is not big. Yesterday, I think we have 0. So, we tracked down a lot of people. So far, so good. Hospital admissions still at 3. So, like I said, it's a huge relief for us. And also, the governor and public health went out there really at the beginning. So we want to do contact tracing and people respond. So it went very well.
Dr. Wen is hopeful this response will be maintained for future clusters, as he also noted that over 60,000 people on island have been vaccinated, meaning that we anticipate reaching half the island population fully vaccinated before the May 1st goal date to reopen the island for tourism. Guam is currently at a moderate risk level 2 by the CDC. However, DPHSS PIO Janela Carrera feels confident we will contain the exposures from the 2 clusters.
Right now, I think what we're doing, especially with offering the COVID-19 testing for the 2 cluster cases, we've already done 693 tests, and then we also have testing today in Tizen. And we have a robust contact tracing and contact investigation team. So I think we're very confident in our ability to do contact tracing for the 2 clusters.
According to Carrera, the CDC calculates each jurisdiction's risk level through a formula that follows incidence rates, which is the cumulative cases over a 28-day period per 100,000. Currently at a level 2, Guam's incidence rate is between 50 to 50 cumulative cases. And the next step in order to upgrade to a low-risk level 1 would be having less than 5 cases per 100,000.
If we can, continue to remain vigilant and, work together as a community to bring that incidence rate of COVID-19 down, maybe we can meet that criteria in the next round.
Carrera doesn't believe our current risk level will affect the reopening of our prime industry.
I think the fact that we were able to go from a level 4 to a level 3 to a level 2 says a lot about, our efforts to reopening tourism.
And Dr. Wen tells KUAM the island can expect new quarantine guidelines to be announced as the PAG has already provided the governor with their recommendations.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Well, as we reported last night on KUAM.com, the administrator of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, Jack Hattig, has tendered his resignation from the role, but that doesn't mean that he's stepping away necessarily from the island's public sector. Adelup says his last official day with the CLTC will be May the 7th, which would be a week from this Friday. He will move to Adelup as a staff assistant at the governor's office. There was no reason provided in the letter as to why he resigned. However, during an April 15th CLTC board meeting, Chairman Juan Regis Jr. told Hattig the board deemed him, quote, not suited for the role. Hattig had been accused by at least one CLTC land agent of coercion and altering a land report. The CLTC board did conduct an investigation but did not release the findings, citing it was a personnel matter. I know we're trying to reach out to the chairman of the CLTC. If he could come on this morning, offer insight on this story, we'll get you up to speed on that. All right, in our next story, in efforts to get the island to reach herd immunity by Liberation Day, Public Health held another village-based vaccination clinic up in the island's northernmost village at the Jigo Gym. KUAM's Isaiah Uggan was there and files this next report.
The vaccination clinic began at 9 a.m. at the village gymnasium, and we spoke with some island residents who participated in the initiative by getting the COVID-19 shot. Jigo resident Cecilia Carrion, who received her second dose of the Pfizer vaccine, explained why she got vaccinated.
Well, I want to protect myself from this COVID-19. And, I've been locked down for so long at the house, so that's why I'm out here to get the shot.
She added that she is feeling good now that she's fully vaccinated against the coronavirus. Carrion also encourages island residents to get vaccinated.
Because they want to go out and, some of them, they don't want to wear masks. So it's better if they do that. Okay. That way they'll be safe.
Trisha Palomo, who is a Dededo resident, also got her second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. The 44-year-old also shares the same sentiment as Carrie Ann.
Yes. Well, I was told that getting vaccinated, you would still catch COVID, but it'll protect you from being hospitalized.
She explained why she got vaccinated.
Well, because I have medical issues and just making sure that we're protected.
Appointments are still available for free COVID-19 vaccinations at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse tomorrow through Saturday, May 1st from 11 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. You can book an appointment online via Eventbrite. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Ugin.
Thanks so much, Isaiah Sidus Masi, for that report. Next, Public Health's free community COVID testing site at Tidzin, as we told you earlier this morning, was very well attended. Ty files this next report.
The COVID testing site in Tidzin was part of Public Health's effort to identify potential COVID cases from those that were at the Tsubaki Tower between April 14th to the 18th. The Tumon Hotel was recently linked to a cluster of COVID-positive cases, in which 84 other employees and some 961 customers were possibly exposed to the virus. Alcida Mesiap is a contracted worker at Tsubaki Tower. She recalls the day she got the call from her boss of the potential exposure.
That day I was off, but my boss called me up and asked me if I know what's going on with Tsubaki. So I asked him, and he said they found two employees where they were get COVID.
She expressed that she was a bit worried to return to work and was also scared to get swabbed because her previous experience wasn't pleasant. How was it when they swabbed you?
It's okay, not like before. You know, the one I get from Tamuning, it's really hot inside my nose, but this one is okay. They say I already done once, but they say I have to take it again because if I don't get it, then they won't call me back to work.
Rodelio Capati, another tourism industry worker, explains why he lined up to get swabbed.
At the hotel, they just call us to work for a few hours, so I just want to make sure.
Capati is already a part of the vaccination and encourages those who may be afraid to get their shots to do so for the good of the island.
They should do the vaccine because of this pandemic, because this vaccine is only for protection for us.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Let's get you up to speed now on what's happening in the mainland as the Biden administration is unveiling new mask guidelines today, especially for people who are fully vaccinated. Natalie Brand is standing by at the White House.
President Biden asked all Americans to wear masks for his first 100 days in office, and now his administration is relaxing some of those recommendations. The CDC is laying out new guidelines today for those fully vaccinated, what activities can resume with and without wearing a mask.
The message is clear. You're vaccinated, guess what? You get to return to a more normal lifestyle. If you're not vaccinated, you're still in danger. You're still in danger as well, so get vaccinated.
The CDC still wants everyone to follow mask and social distancing guidance in many public spaces.
We want to get back to a normal lifestyle. We want to get our economy going, people back at work, restaurants open. You got to do that the right way. And masks help. Vaccinations, important. Masks help. And so even though I'm vaccinated, I still wear a mask.
The new guidance comes as the administration redoubles efforts to reach out to those who are reluctant to get vaccinated. The number of daily doses administered fell from a high of about 3.5 million 2 weeks ago to 2.7 million on Monday. However, with nearly 40% of U.S. adults now fully vaccinated, the number of new coronavirus infections is down 14% from the previous week. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
All right, that is a small subset of what we have for news this morning. The rest can be found right now on KUAM.com or any of our social media platforms. Join the conversation because we want to hear what you have to say about CLTC Administrator Jack Hattig stepping down. We want to hear what you have to say about the graduation guidance coming out. We've got those stories on Facebook. Please join the conversation. Let us know what you think. And stay tuned because the link continues right after this, right here on KUAM.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi? Check.
When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam On Demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Yeah, are you Monday's child? Cause your fairer face is the only thing I see when I walk in the place. I watch you glow in the sun as you walk past me slowly. I whisper, take a breath and say, oh man, if only. But no, not even one look, not even a glance. I'll go home to feel like, man, I'll never get a chance. One day I promise my motivations will change. When I've got nothing left to lose and everything to gain, I'll drop sweet lines, ask if you like the way my band plays. I ask you what you're signing, what you usually do on Saturdays, and if you've had any dreams that have ever come true. And if you can see in me all the things I see in you, even if we don't have a future, could we still have a past? Do things, go to places, make memories to last. I swear I don't want a lifetime, wanna meet me in the nighttime for 3 or 2 or 1 night. Just show me it's the right time.
Show me it's the right time. Show me it's the right time. Show me it's the right time.
Just show me it's the right time.
Show me it's the right time. Show me it's the right time. Show me it's the right time.
Yeah, just show me it's the right time. I'm Friday's child, I'm loving and giving. Born under Mars, so I work hard for a living. Every dream I've ever had, I made it come true. Had one about you last night, here's what I'm telling you true. You could keep walking by me, you could give me a little smile.
Good stuff.
I would know Rachel Esteves' voice anywhere.
I like how she can go from like singing, she's a great singer, actually great guitarist.
Yeah, great guitarist.
To rapping, it's definitely a triple threat.
It's actually hard to rap.
Yeah, totally.
To rap while you're playing rhythm. Like
well, I
rhythm
mean, it's
guitar for
easy to
yourself.
rap while you play guitar if you're just playing like dunk, dunk, dunk. But
I
if you're playing,
disagree.
like,
That's pretty challenging.
No, I mean if you're playing the rhythm guitar, but she's doing like licks and anyway, it's a whole other level. But this track, Rachel Esteves, Chris Boomer, Show Me It's the Right Time.
Just show me it's the right time.
Good stuff, man. Remember, we only link local here on the show. No hate. We just come from a great place, and we want to share it with you guys. 701, welcome to the link. Wednesday, April 28th, KUAM FM, Agutnia, Guam, The Breeze, 93.9. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis.
All right, thanks so much, everybody. And we are going to go to the Zoom room now and bring up just a wonderful story about someone who I've had the pleasure of knowing for several years now, and he's always, made himself available. He has dedicated himself to improving our island and, doing a lot for the community. So Coach Jacob Dowdell is joining us now. Coach, first of all, it's so good to see you, man. It has been, obviously, it's been more than a year since I've last had you in studio interviewing you about, the awesome things you're doing with, young athletes and everything like that. But how have you been? It's just good to see you, my friend.
Man, it's good to be seen. We are, despite everything, man, we're blessed right here on Guam to have the freedom that we have right now. It's different. It's a challenge, but it's like everything on Guam, right? We can do it if we do it together.
Mm. And I'm sure you're one of the people who is absolutely delighted that sports are starting to come back. Admittedly at a safe and slow pace and everything like that. But that is your passion and your calling. So how are you starting to get more involved in athletics now?
Well, the main thing that my goal always is to get kids here on young athletes here on Guam, I should say, opportunities to go to the next level. Mm-hmm. And fortunate for the athletes here, I have a coach out of Olivet Nazarene University who's going to be coming to Guam, hopefully around May the 11th. We're hoping that we can get that May 1 open date, and then May the 11th he'll be here on Guam with plans to come back in October. And I've been cultivating a relationship with this guy, and I think right now he's had his ticket since November, just keeps sliding the date back because he wants to come to Guam and see what we have here. And so that opportunity will be there. We'll put together a combine for athletes, but then he has ROTC scholarship opportunities for kids, and it's just going to be a great time. So as soon as we get that good to go, he's going to punch his ticket, and we'll get him here to Guam, and we'll do some great things for our kids here around the island.
Well, fantastic. And, and the reason I wanted to have you on today was I found out through Facebook that that another program that you were getting involved with was improving the lives of young men. So tell me about this program, Ties That Bind. I saw it and I instantly fell in love with it. And I was like, I've always believed that, every gentleman should know how to tie a tie. And then I had to amend my own theory and say, no, every guy at some point should know, how to tie a tie, whether it means you have to show up for a formal event. And sadly on our island, most people only like really put on a full suit when they go like to prom or they do something like that, or, they have to go to, maybe like a funeral and everything like that. But that should be the mark of every male.
Yeah. We started that program a few years ago to help people understand, especially our young men, understand that there's a message that's sent in certain situations about your appearance at all times. And so in developing that, we wanted to really reach out, especially to young boys who come from single parent households who may not have someone in their immediate home that knows how to tie a tie for whatever reason. And so we coupled that with some financial literacy talk, what is safe? How do we use credit cards? All those things that you're going to be expected to know how to do when you eventually leave your mom's household or your parents' household. And no one's ever sat you down and had an opportunity to tell you about it. So we combine both those things together. And the young men who come out, TGIF Friday is our spot. They've been very good to us. And we were able to do it still during the pandemic, just spread out a little bit. And so we teach them, the basic wins or not, the double wins or not. And the kids have so much fun. We have a very wide age group from, the youngest is like, we had a 7-year-old all the way up to senior in high school.
Wow.
So, it's a great time for the kids. And I think the guys who participated give more than they realize they came to give, but they also get more from watching a kid than they ever expected. And to a man, the thing that I always get is, Jacob, when can I do this again? What can I do to help the program?
Exactly.
And it's just been great.
Yeah, and when I first saw that Facebook post and I saw you, and I was like, it didn't surprise me at all that, you're giving of your time and your heart to, to do mentorship, which, you've always done. And I was like, okay, so, he's teaching, young kids how to tie a tie, and then, also financial literacy. And then I was like, those two, it's not just two randomly, selected activities and everything like that. There are a lot of parallels between knowing how to, to properly put yourself together, and then also like on a financial side, how to know the difference between spending and saving, and putting stuff away for the future, and and planning your money and everything like that. So I think both of those things like line up really, really well.
Yes. And the kids who've gone through the program, we have some who I've been running the program for about 5 years now, and just in this recently just hooked up with some really good people to spread it out, because you gotta, you have to kind of beta test it and see will it work, and see how the kids will respond. Then you have to build up your folks who are going to come and help out. And so this one, we were able to spread it throughout the community, and it's just great, man. It's an opportunity for people to get together and just really build some ties, right? Some
Literally.
Emotional ties. And build some ties, and the kids, when because it's such an intricate process, right? For young hands, you just have these powerful photos of men looking at kids who are trying to do this life skill that they'll use for the rest of their life. And it's just an awesome time. And anybody who wants, I think everybody now has my phone number, 487-1749. Anybody who wants to be involved in the program. And it's not a once a year program. We try to do it at least 3 or 4 times a year. And I think as we get close to like prom, graduation, things like that, I want to try to run it back and make sure that those young men who find themselves getting ready to go into the job market, right?
Exactly. And I think, and even with your athletic mentorship and everything like that, I'm assuming that you would talk to these young men and just say like, look, I know you're really into sports. And if you watch, you watch college football, you watch like a lot of college basketball, a lot of the schools, when they do like their player introductions, they won't always like sit there, you know, like in their sweats and their warm up in their school colors. When they come on TV, a lot of them will be like like Alabama has all of its players in, you know, in like crimson, you know, full ties and everything like that, because that speaks a lot of your organization, of, you know, the pride that you conduct yourself with and how you carry yourself as a man.
Yes. I wholeheartedly agree.
Mm. Now I know you're also like a really rah-rah Big 12 too. So, you know, I just had to bring up Alabama there for a sec. So you know we were going to talk about football, Coach, at some point. But I do want to talk about the ties real quick and everything, because when you say tie a tie, like, are you talking, you know, are we doing neckties and bow ties? And, you know, when you teach young men to do their ties, are you going all the way and do like the Windsor knot? Because that one is always confused me. I've never been able to nail the Windsor knot. We were talking earlier on the show about how like our friends that used to work at like United or Continental, their staff, like if you work on like the reservation staff, they always tie Windsor knots, and that's an art form unto itself.
Yes, and you know we've gone from the bow tie. Well, it depends on the age of the participant, right? The younger kids, we keep it really simple, you know, because it's mirrored tying. They start out face to face, and they watch the mentor tie the tie. We normally do it 3-4 times so they can get the pattern, and then we'll put the tie on them and tie it for them. But it's really hard because you're looking down at what is what. And then they look in a mirror. That's why TGIF works really well, because we're outside. They look in the mirror at the same time and kind of get the concept. And normally we'll send them home with a little video so they can watch it and try it. And then we've had people who are just so generous in donating ties to the program. And the kid leaves, or the young adult leaves with a tie. Some who never had a tie in life, and some who just think it's the coolest thing. Mm-hmm. So, you know, they don't leave empty-handed, and they don't leave with the same knowledge level that they came to us.
Now, Coach, I know you used the word community before, like a few moments ago, and I think that so perfectly encapsulates, you know, everything that you're all about. Because as long as I've known you, you've always said that, you know, in the various mentorship programs that you've been involved with, you always tell like the people, it's a, you know, make sure that you're doing this to improve yourself and represent yourself well, but also, you know, your school and your family and your faith and everything. So when you talk to these young people, you know, what is your overall message about, you know, how they should conduct themselves, you know, probably in a world that's probably a lot bigger than they realize as youth?
Yeah, you know, our main message that I've been consistently giving is you represent not just yourself, you represent your mom and your dad and your ancestors. And so you always want to present your best self to people, because you represent Guam. And there's a lot that we miss out on when we don't go and help the generation after us understand that. And so it's all about community. You know, I am Guam in the sense of what we give back to those young folks who are still trying to make it. You know, at our very best, we are trying to make it. And you have kids. You think about this generation of kids that's come through COVID. You have kids who didn't have a high school graduation or had a partial graduation. The world literally stopped. And the more we can do to help them understand you're not by yourself, you are part of this community, and we're here to help you in the way, shape, form that we can. I think that just will speak volumes to who we are as people, who we are as a community of elders.
Mm. Well, Coach, you're about as Guamanian as they come and everything. You've made Guam your home. You exhibit all of the wonderful attributes and virtues that make living on this wonderful island, you know, such a good place to be. So, you know, like, you know, I'm so honored to have you as a member of my island home. I do have a comment here. It's actually a question. So Jarek is asking on Facebook, is there any page to follow for info about Ties That Bind? Because certainly there's a lot of people watching this right now that said, you know, like, hey, I would like to either participate, or I'm all into what Coach is saying. I truly believe it. and I would possibly like to volunteer and help them out?
Well, that's our next step. That's the next step. We are going to develop a page. The page that we have right now is the organization, the Talented Tent. If you just go to Facebook and go to The Talented Tent, you will see you'll see our homepage there, and that's the platform that we use to launch our different times for the Ties That Bind.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, one thing that I've always known about you, Coach, is you have also, in addition to community, you've always told the people that you mentor is, don't just hoard this information that I'm passing down to you and, take the wisdom that I'm sharing with you because someone shared it with me. You also teach all of your, your apprentices and everything to make sure that they give back. So how have you seen, the various people that have learned to tie ties and they're now like smarter about their money and everything like that? Have they said like, hey, I'm going to go tell 10 people about this, or, like I want to tell, my younger cousins and everything like that, because, knowledge should be shared.
Yeah. Our ideas are only ideas, but they're powerful when we share them. And I am so proud to say that I've seen kids who come through here with the Ties That Bind, both local and military kids, and they're one and the same. When you look at the population of Guam, reach back to me like, Coach, I started a little small group, Ties That Bind, here in Oregon, Germany, just all over the place, right? It's just, man, just warms my heart to know that they may not be experts like some of the guys I have who can tie the double Windsor with, flowers popping out of it and all these other kind of knots, right? But these young folks will take the Windsor knot, the double Windsor knot, and show a young person how to do it. And, it's just really rewarding. So for those young folks, for anyone, I just challenge you, take what you have and share it with folks. That's how we grow as a community. That's how we get better. That's how we overcome differences, when we just share like the natural culture of Guam. And that's why I just love being here and sharing, because it's such a sharing, inviting environment.
Absolutely. And you've taken the gifts that God has given you and you're sharing with them community, and we certainly are better for it. So Coach Jacob Dowdell, man, always a pleasure catching up with you and everything like that. Congratulations on your success. And once we start rolling with like full-on sports and everything like that, we're definitely going to have you back on the show to talk about, how we can suit up again, because I cannot wait. I know you can't either.
It's fun. Thanks, Jason, and I'll keep you updated on when we're going to have that combine for the young folks.
All right, man. Always a pleasure, man. God bless you. We appreciate it. All right, take care, everybody, and please stay tuned because we will come back. Jacob Dowdell doing fantastic things with Ties That Bind, teaching young men how to tie ties, be responsible, be financially literate, and taking care of the community. Mentorship is awesome. Please stay tuned. We're back after this.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island, and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Cotero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. We played it. There's a national story as President Biden had asked the Americanos to wear the mask for the first 100 days in office. And now there's a new guidance where... Let me just pop that up. Where the CDC has issued this new guidance. Fully vaccinated people can go outdoors without masks, except in crowded settings. And of course, I know you guys are out there wondering, what does this mean for Guam? Well, right now, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, the CDC came out with a guidance that fully vaccinated people don't need to quarantine. And yet, here we are, still quarantining fully vaccinated people. And you know what they say is, oh, well, the CDC comes out with these guidances, and then it's up to the states and the territories to implement them as they see fit, when they see fit. So, I don't know, Jay, what do you think about lifting the mask mandate for fully vaccinated people to go around outside without masks?
I mean, you know me, for the last year of this show, I've always kind of said, like, you know, I believe that from a marketing standpoint, there is merit in in saying, you know, should we guilt people into getting, you know, vaccinated? I don't want to go like the shame route, but it's like okay, you know, celebrate the people that have made the choice, that are doing, you know, taking the vaccine and everything like that, and make it like a popularity thing, because that is all social media is predicated on right now. It's the FOMO approach, right? Fear of missing out. I can see where they're going with that psychologically. I think it'll probably work. Does that mean I would personally do it? No, I myself, I mean, I don't mind sharing, like, I'm fully vaccinated. I intend to wear a mask, you know, for a long time. And
Yeah, because it's like, how do you know? How do you know who's really vaccinated and who's not?
Yeah.
And then if you are fully vaccinated, you can still catch COVID. You can still spread COVID.
yeah, and I am admittedly a control freak, and here at KUM, there's a lot of environmental things that like I know, and I'm working with people like even in this room. I trust the two of you. And if you guys said you're not going to go out like this weekend and everything, I don't have to be worried about, you know, were you running around like a mask, you know?
I mean, Jay, I love you, man, but I don't know. I mean, you're a good-looking dude. I don't know what you got going on after dark, but I have a feeling you're around a lot of people.
No, not at all.
I know. So, but I'm just saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mask up around you because I don't know. You could be the wildest, like, crazy guy. Wild and crazy guy. He's
But now
going
is
crazy.
I also wonder, is this going to have a
Same thing with Joe, sir. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing, and he could give me COVID. I could give him COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found out a good friend of mine in Texas. She's got COVID now, and she said she's, you know, she's ill. I mean, she's not like terribly.
Yeah.
So, you know, get well, Melissa.
And actually, so when I went walking the dog in Tumon, it was like pretty hot, and so I brought my mask in my pocket, and I was walking the dog down the sidewalk. But it's like crowded, you know, when you're on the sidewalk, because there's everybody now is running in Tumon or walking in Tumon or just doing stuff in Tumon. So I kept having to like move over to get people to go by. So after a little bit, I just put my mask on because it was just too. It was too weird. People were looking. I felt bad. I really did. I felt like when I go around with no mask, I feel like bad, like I'm being disrespectful to other people's space because I just don't know. You know what I mean? And I feel the same way when I see people without a mask. I mean, if they're running and stuff, yeah, fine, of course. Who wants to wear a mask when you run?
It's funny about this. Stephen
But
King,
I'm the guy who's like going on, you know, just to be
Stephen
safe.
King would have a field day with this situation because he might say, ironically, if this CDC guidance, you know, like really takes off locally, not wearing a mask would be you wearing a badge of honor. It's
Well,
like-
because
it's-
you got vaccinated.
Because I got vaccinated.
Right,
I did what was right.
But
so I
the
don't have-
thing about it, too, is that there are people out there who never wore masks and were never vaccinated and just refuse to wear masks because, you know, they're very logical people who think that wearing a mask is a mark of the beast.
Yeah, and now those people don't wear masks, and now we can't tell one from another. You know what we need? We need Predator. That's the kind of mask we need.
We just need
the
a
full-
microchip. Let's get it over.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out this thing with the guidance like that Adaloop released last night with the graduation, because now apparently indoor is cool.
Indoors in, but it's, I believe, 4 guests per graduate.
Yes.
And so I wonder how much of a pivot this is going to cause, because I believe they were trying to do them outside.
Yeah.
Or they wanted to do them inside. Then public health said, no, you have to do it outside.
Yeah.
Now they're saying, no, you can do it inside.
But
Right?
you have to properly
Of course.
apply, and you have to
Yeah.
submit your plan and everything like that. I mean,
Yeah.
we are coming up on months when it's known to rain. Thank God last year that with all those drive-through graduations, the grad and go, I don't believe there were any rain during that week and a half
I
period.
get it. I think GDOE played it safe, right, with the grad and go, which is basically like kind of a drive-through thing. And then I'm pretty sure, guys, like I want to say, by next school year, of course, we're probably going to have like the old school graduation. It's just right there. We just got to push through. Got to push through this cluster and everything that's going on, and you know, stand up the recovery of the economy and get the federal dollars. And hopefully, by this time next year, we'll be looking at this saying, "God, remember when we couldn't have graduation, or remember when you couldn't get a haircut, or."
It's of little consequence, but you know what? Since you were talking about students, you know what I just realized? For the last 2 school years, kids have not had the opportunity to have yearbooks.
Yeah.
Like I said, I mean, you know, it's big when you're a kid. That's a major part of going to school.
Yeah.
Can you imagine taking like your graduation picture with you in your cap and gown and your mask on?
Yeah. It's the sign of the times.
Yeah. It's like
everybody who's graduating from high school now and the reunion 10 years from now is like all they're going to be talking about is COVID.
Imagine that, like, sir, put the, like, so Chris is like this, right? He's got like his cap and he's like, there at, the portrait place, and he goes, Chris Barnett, GW class of 91. He's got some like quote from the Smiths or something at the bottom, and he's got a mask on.
Right. Rosemary Laguardia says, I'll continue following the safety protocols. Yeah, and there is, again, that lag when the CDC shoots out a guidance, because we're still behind on the last one, which was, again, the CDC advising that fully vaccinated travelers shouldn't have to quarantine. But we're still, again, throwing fully vaccinated people into quarantine.
And because the CDC has issued now this guidance, right, does
Yeah.
that also filter down to industry? So will your...
No, I think anybody who's like an employee serving a customer, of course they're going to have to still, because the guidance actually says you can not wear a mask outdoors, but not in crowded settings.
So now
So
the
I
question
don't really
becomes,
know
what's
how-
the definition of a crowded setting?
Yeah, and how different is that from what, I mean, if you're going around running or people just don't wear a mask.
Now,
or,
we got the perfect person
walking.
in the Zoom room to talk about like
Yeah.
what impact this would have on business.
Yeah, we got Mary Rhodes, Guam Hotel Restaurant Association in the KUM News Zoom room. Mary, are you there?
She might be on the... Oh, there she is.
There she is. Hey, Mary. Yeah, what do you make? We'll just start there because we're talking about the kind of the lag time between the issuance of some of these CDC guidances and the implementation on the local level. Because, like I said, we're still a couple back on the vaccinated travelers not needing a quarantine. What's your comment on that kind of thing? And then with this latest one about fully vaccinated people not having to wear masks outdoors in settings that aren't crowded.
Yeah, my only take on it is I know that, public health and the governor's office is really want to get to that 50%, which I know we're just shy of it by 2000. And with the number of vaccine clinics being planned for the end of this month through May, no doubt we'll definitely get there in the first week of May. So I think that's going to be really the pivotal shift to where we can start implementing additional CDC guidelines where we can start adopting that on Guam. For example, even seating at the table, right? It used to be 6 at a table. Now we can do 8, even 15 outdoors. Now we can go over. So that's taken a while for them to adopt some of those changes as well. But it's all had to follow occupancy and congregation settings too. Right. So it's a couple of different factors. But I really hope that we start implementing what CDC follows or announces, soon after, because it is confusing for some people. And I know that they do try to compare it, but Guam is certainly, in a different situation when our goal is really to get to that herd immunity. So definitely the 50% goal is certainly in reach right now. And I know that they're already trying to push for the additional ones with the July 21. And from my meeting with public health yesterday, it looks like they're placing that order for the month of May so that we can have, quite a big success in getting additional vaccines to get there through July.
Mary, we really have been kind of storming down this path to half because of the great demand that people have to want to go out and get vaccinated. But when we get all the doctors on here, when they talk about herd immunity and getting that 80% vaccination rate, they say that it could be a challenge to go from the 50 that we're aiming for to the 80, right? Do you agree, or do you think that, because the way I look at it, I think we're kind of running downhill, and I think the demand for the vaccination is so great that we could even hit 60 or 65% before we kind of like peter out a little bit?
I think that they're seeing a slight decline in appointments being kept, but also people going to the UOG site and even to the village sites. Just the other day when they had the GIGO one, I know that there were only 26 people that went to that, and it was a 6-hour operation.
Oh, wow.
We just had ours yesterday at the Hyatt, and we did see more than 600 people in 3 hours. So I think it's going to come down to the data of how many people are still left in the community, what are the ethnic groups that we need to identify, whether it's, Chamorros, Filipinos, Micronesians, Asians. We need to really identify which groups are going to be the most important to target, which age groups, if they're working or not, and which locations, which villages are going to be the ones that we need to focus on. But that data is what they're currently looking at so that we can have more of a targeted approach.
Well, I had no idea that the numbers were down. But what do you make of the difference between the numbers, like you had said, at that one outreach where just GIGO, where just 26 people showed up, versus the numbers at the outreach you guys are doing where you're getting hundreds?
Well, UOG has been doing great because they've been vaccinating between 1,200 and 1,900 people, but they're still having like a 20% no-show rate. Our no-show rate is about 4%. And I think the difference is because you're going to the workplace where people don't have to travel so far. I know it's only Manila, but even then, a lot of people that we're seeing coming to our location, regardless if you're in the workforce or not, it is still open to the public. And so we're seeing a lot of northern residents come to our site because they're probably used to taking that drive every day to work. So they think Tumon is closer, even though Manila actually might be closer to them if they take back road. But like I said, we're definitely, I believe they're looking at more of a targeted approach, and they're working with us on additional vaccine sites. I met with Public Health yesterday to see what we can do. Also, Department of Defense sent to Guam 12 vaccinators. And so we had 3 of them with us at our vaccine clinic last night to help assist and also to observe our model, which has a digital platform. And that can make the difference in making sure we don't have missed appointments. So we're really collaborating together to find a lot of those best practices as we continue to roll out more vaccine clinics. But GHRA with AMC and GRMC and Guam Army National Guard, I know our focus in the next month is, our request is with AMC is to get about 4,000 additional vaccines, which would finish off our tourism industry for those currently still working. So we're really close to about 60%. So I know that you're talking about petering off and the general interest of people getting it. I think that there are still some people who are afraid of it, don't understand the effects, and that they're short term. But some of the recent clusters, we're hoping that will serve as really incentive or motivation for people to go out, get vaccinated. They're seeing their friends, families, colleagues get it. And the side effects are very, minimal compared to getting sick and transmitting COVID. So we want to make sure everybody gets vaccinated and is also educated on those side effects.
What do you hear, Mary, on because I don't hear any. I mean, I know I have a couple of friends who have the vaccine hesitancy, which I can understand because they have certain medical conditions. But what do you hear on your end?
I talked to a lot of the employees who come in, and we had a lot of first-time doses yesterday, doses. And, our question was, why didn't you come to our four other on-site vaccines? And they wanted to see how their friends did, how their colleagues did, because they were really afraid. So it's like, you go first.
Yeah.
No, you go first.
I'll just watch you. And then if you don't keel over or grow a third eyeball, then I'll go in.
Yeah, so it really is. Right. So if you think about how you're influenced, right, whether it's through your parents, your family, your friends, your colleagues, that really makes a difference. And so, my conversations with public health are really to get over that 50, 60% hump, to get to 80, we're really going to have to look at where we live and where we work. And specifically, those demographics are going to help, and geographic locations are going to help.
Right. Good point, Mary. Let's get into this restaurant revitalization fund kind of outreach that you guys are doing. Just some of the bullet points from our conversation yesterday, Mary. When this application period opens up, it's only going to be for a 3-week window. After that, the opportunity is gone. We're talking about significant grants, not loans. This is the monies that you're not going to have to pay back, and significant awards for restaurants, from the smallest restaurants to food trucks to even some of the bigger ones, are going to be able to avail of this federal money. And you can use it to replace money that you spent on PPEs, lost inventory. And we'll just kind of get into it, Mary, because I know that you did a few things with Nestor, but I really kind of wanted to zero in on, A, the new information that came out in the emails you sent after your interview in the morning. And then, B, kind of just like the basics, the who, what, when, where, and why of this Restaurant Revitalization Fund program.
Sure. Since our interview with Nestor, we did have Ken Lujan on there from SBA, and since then, there's been a lot of onboarding going on with the Small Business Development Center, so that they could train. They have 8 consultants that can help out businesses. They generally help small business clients get through federal documents, federal loans. They do not only education outreach, but they'll assist you with the financial documents, and even with your submission in providing you guidance. So you should reach out to SBDC office at the University of Guam. But if you're interested, you can also join us for a joint webinar. We're having one with SBA, SBDC, together with the Guam Chamber of Commerce and the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce. And that is on May 4th, up this Tuesday, May 4th at 10:30 a.m. I provided the flyer to you, Chris and Jason, so you guys can put it up on your website along with all of the documents. We're going to be talking about the process of enrollment, the sample application. So right now it is still a pilot period, so everybody can understand the process in submitting their documents. There's a pilot site where you can look at a sample application form, so you can start preparing all your documents and pre-fill these documents so that you can understand exactly whether or not you are eligible, and also exactly what you're eligible for, because you have to do some calculations with your 2019 and 2020 losses, as well as time loss with closure. And so, as you mentioned, Chris, it's mortgage obligations, it's rent, utilities, maintenance, even during construction to accommodate outdoor seating. You can also add the PPE, cleaning materials, anything that you've done with regards to preparing for COVID, for reopening. And if you've remained closed, all of your, or even during our closure, all of your lost inventory, and also new inventory that you've had to include for the preparation of reopening. You also get supplier costs if there's any additional expenses you've had, even labor costs and operational costs. I know that one thing that some people have mentioned are, they've had to add staffing in order to follow the health and safety protocol guidance. So it also covers paid sick leave for employees that you have to cover if they've had COVID or had to be quarantined or isolated. So this is a very different grant, which we're so grateful for as part of that American Rescue Plan, and National Restaurant Association was behind getting this in. They've lobbied for it. And so it's $28.6 billion. You can apply for this grant. You don't have to pay it back, but it is between $5 to $10 million per company. There are some priorities as far as if you're veteran-owned, women-owned, you do get a priority. Underserved populations and hub zones, which Guam qualifies for as an island, as a whole island, really puts you ahead above the rest. But it is very key that you understand this all before, because as you said, it's only going to be offered during a very limited time for 21 days. Mm-hmm. And so that's why they've done this kind of beta testing with a sample application so everybody can prep for it. So once it opens, it's first come, first serve, but the priorities will be given to those companies who meet the eligibility criteria and those special set-asides for women-owned, veteran-owned, and all of the other categories.
Right, but just right off the bat, Guam is underserved, and Hub Zone, we're going to have some kind of priority placement, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're veteran or women-owned, you just get additional. The other thing SBDC mentioned to me is that you don't need to be in the SAM federal registration system. Some companies aren't unless you're already doing federal contracting. So they understand a lot of businesses, especially outside of restaurants, are, food trucks, bars, lounges, bakeries. They may not necessarily be doing federal business today. So the SAM federal system is not a requirement, but you do still have to fill out your paperwork. And that's what SBDC and SBA offer their services for that.
Right.
So we'll be able to get through all of the details next week during the webinar, 10:30 Tuesday next week. But as you mentioned earlier, it's not just restaurants, it's food trucks and all of that, but also even lounges, brew pubs, anyone who's an alcohol producer. I know we have some local companies that do produce here locally, manufacture items. So they're all eligible for this. And if you are worried whether or not if you're not a brick and mortar, if your company is still independent and part of like a hotel, let's say Easton at Weston, they could still possibly apply even though they're within a bigger structure, bigger facility. They just have to check with SBDC and SBA. Also, franchisees, they're not completely off the list. There is a franchisees listing, and I think I gave you the link for that as well to see whether or not you are a franchisee that's already approved by SBA, because they are eligible to apply.
What about caterers, your Chodi Marts? Would they be eligible?
Yes, they're all eligible. So Chodi, anyone who manufactures food has a license for it. Like you said, caterers, bakeries, they're all eligible. And so this is probably one of the most generous grants I've seen come out of the federal program, especially with things covering, lost inventory and other items that have not been covered to date.
Mary, the sample application that you sent over, and just some of the parameters, and that it's such a short application period, and that there's so much advanced outreach before the rollout of that application period, tells me that it's a little complicated. I ran a sample amp by a friend of mine who has a small restaurant in way over their head, right? And so that's where the Small Business Development Center and SBA comes in. They're standing by to kind of assist people who may look at these forms and be looking at a foreign language maybe.
Correct. And then the other thing is SBA just released the foreign language flyers. And so that is all available, and it has a specific website, because I don't know if you remember, but SBA did have issues when PPP and EIDL came out and their site went down. So what they've done is they've had a separate site just to help assist people with foreign languages so that they can download and translate all of the information that's on the website or on the form immediately with a translator. And so I've sent you that link as well, so that you can share that on the KUAM news site online.
Mary, so I think we've covered the eligibility. Any idea of the range of grant awards that'll be given out?
Again, it's first come, first serve. It's $28.6 billion. You can apply for $5 million up to $10 million per company, but it does have to equate to your losses between 2019 and 20. So that's why it's really important to work with a financial advisor right away at SBDC. Become a client of theirs. They offer many services. GHA has been working with them closely for even the forgiveness portion of the PPP loans. We've had them talk about this. They've come on to our membership meetings to assist people with other programs, and they are geared up to help with the RRF as well.
But Mary, if you want to apply for less than $5 million, you totally can, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, there's no minimum, right? And the cap is just, there's no minimum, because you have to justify your amounts. And so And you have to be in operation. I've been contacted by dozens of companies already, and we've been sharing the information. And so you don't have to be a member of GHRA for us to help guide you and point you in the right direction. So we've connected some of these companies already with SBDC and SBA. But if you have to do those calculations and you have to qualify with eligible allowable expenses. And so there are some calculations you have to complete. You should talk to your financial advisor or accountant or accounting service if you use the service to start preparing for this. The application is already there, even though it might seem complicated for those who already do this on a regular basis. It should be easy to do because, again, like I said, they're quite generous. You just have to have all of the documentation. And by the way, you can use the funds from 2021 through 2023. So you're going to receive the full amount in advance once you're approved, and then you have up until 2023 to exhaust all of the funds, and anything you don't use by 2023 you have to return, but you don't pay back any of the used amounts. So again, they're also generous there by allowing the full year and a half for you to use the funds and also have future expenses.
When does the actual application period start?
They had the training this morning as well as tomorrow, and I'll send you the recorded link because I registered for both, and so that way you guys can have it as well. But I believe that they said it's going to be this weekend. They haven't launched it yet because they don't want everybody to go to the site just yet. It's not live. So there's a way for you to sign up for notices at the SBA site, specifically for the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, if you want to receive those notices. But they are planning to announce it after this weekend or for this weekend and beyond. And so everybody we're just prepping everybody to know where to go, how to get their information, and uploaded into the sample form so you can just begin to prep all of the documents you need so you can quickly apply. And the webinar next week will actually be with SBA and SBDC, and they're going to go through those technical steps and technical questions.
Yeah, for everybody listening right now, the address that Mary's talking about, restaurants, plural, restaurants with a S, .sba.gov, and that's the one that Ken Lujan, our buddy from the Small Business Administration, was telling everybody to see. That's chocked full of information, details the whole program, has a very good FAQ section and everything like that. Everything you're going to want to know is restaurants.sba.gov.
Right on, Mary. So let's see. We've covered the who's eligible, the what's up for grabs, the when. Anything else that we need to kind of touch on?
Again, it's just getting out to all of our communities. Yeah. GHRA is going to be reaching out to the different associations like the Chinese Merchant Associations, as well as the Korean Association and our Japanese groups, just to make sure a lot of those business owners are also understanding that, all this is available to them in their languages if English is their second language. But GHRA, Guam Chamber of Commerce, and the Guam Women's Chamber were joining together so we could share this with all of our members. But really, the individuals that are going to help you with that process, the application, and give you guidance on that financial advisory is really SBA and SBDC.
Sounds like we have a singer back there. Okay, Mary. So again, you want to give us the info on the vaccination outreach that you're doing? And then we did have a comment here. Will your industry require vaccinations for employees?
I think that, the industry as well as probably government of Guam they're going to start looking at ways to incentivize people, right, in how to, in getting vaccinated so we can get to that 80%. Right now, it's not regulated, it's not required for on the job, but who's to say COVID, at some point it won't be treated like PPD or TB testing, where you need it to be in certain positions. So right now, I think some employers are, very sensitive to this, and they know that they can't require it as of yet, but they're encouraging everybody to go. They're also encouraging you to go while you're working. Some of the employers, just like GovGuam is. And so I think that at some point, some employers will require for you to be at the front of the house in those key positions servicing guests. You will need to be vaccinated. But of course, as you mentioned earlier, you're still required, because public health guidelines still requires for you to wear a mask while you're servicing guests. And so that's going to be really important. But I see probably employers making some changes that if you're the front desk at, let's say, a teller at a bank or retail salesperson, cashier, or even sales assistant at a car dealership or front desk reception at a hotel or a server at a restaurant, that you will at some point be required to be vaccinated. And I know that that's still being looked at legally. We've reached out to the Employers Council. We have a couple of board members that are in that group, and I know that they've been discussing it. And some markets have been in the States have been discussing whether or not you can require it as part of the job. So I think that is in already happening at some level, but it's not something we've taken a position on. I've been talking to the Society of Human Resource Management, SHRM, to see whether or not that's something we should discuss as well in an HR level. But right now it's not required. Public health is not requiring it. We're encouraging everybody to get it, but I could see that happening in the near future, similar to PPD testing.
Yeah, I think they should incentivize it too and just start giving us money to get vaccinated.
Well, I like, Mary, how you brought up that, because you had a wonderful webinar, what was it, 3-4 months ago with the Society for Human Resources, and, that and a whole bunch of other topics came up. And the one thing I'm still wondering is, of course, like when it comes to requiring vaccination, people might have moral qualms. They might have like ethical or even like, things about like, I want to invoke my HIPAA rights. I don't have to tell you, right? But for new hires and going forward, as capitalism, returns, will a prospective employer, are they within their rights to actually ask somebody who might be working there, have they at least had a negative test?
Well, you know what? Actually Health and Human Services, the HHS, the federal government, they made some updates to the HIPAA rules, and employers need to report that to public health. And so that is covered under HIPAA, is testing, but also vaccinations. So that's been updated, and I believe we sent that link out to our membership together with SHRM on at least regarding COVID-19 vaccinations and testings, that there are some things that are waived with HIPAA because it is a public health requirement to know that. But with regards to jobs, again, it's just really a recommendation for now, but I could really see it going the way of requiring it. Same with schools, right? They require PPD tests.
Right.
And so if you're going to be required, if you're going to opt to go face-to-face, they may require you to get a vaccine in the future, if not already, as long as they administer it to children.
So, Mary,
and by the way, I think the CDC is looking at Pfizer for 12 to 15 soon. And so they're going to be possibly allowing that at some point, which Guam will follow that lead as well. But with regards to the vaccination, you can get out of it for religious reasons and for medical reasons, but then that's usually supported, right, with documentation.
Could they possibly treat it like almost like, because I've heard some people are like, I'm afraid to actually ask a prospective hire or
can an employer or prospective employer ask, hey, have you been vaccinated?
But I mean, you already asked for, and you require people to have police clearance when you work there.
Yeah, that's different.
And
Right, but there are laws written in place for that to allow for it, right? So there isn't anything in place with regards to COVID-19 except for what HHS allows, which as long as the information is being used to report it to public health, let's say for contact tracing, right? So with some recent clusters, they had to ask those questions for contact tracing use. And so you're covered under HIPAA for that purpose, as long as it's reportable to public health.
Thank you, Mary.
So
Got to
in
run.
that instance, you're covered.
Right on. Appreciate it. So the 2021, the new employers set of questions. What are your pronouns? Have you been vaccinated? You're cool. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you guys for always keep everybody updated and for loading the RRF information on your site as well. We want to encourage everybody to go out and at least apply for it. It's great for the economy, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so
Amen.
please take advantage.
So many of those coming during this pandemic, once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. Seize the day. Quick break, and we're back on KUAM TV next, right here on The Link.
Make it through the week with Monday.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Marianas. Good morning, Micronesia. Good morning, world. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. Half a day each and every one of you all over the planet watching this morning.
Amen.
Lots of stuff going on.
It is Wednesday, April 28th, 2021. This is The Link. Good morning, KUAM TV. Hey, hump day.
We are 3 days away from the beginning of May, which means that is the deadline for the Path to Half.
Right, May 1st.
Which is Friday. We're going to be in May already.
Yeah, so we're 2,000. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're 2,000 vaccines away from that, and there are vaccination clinics going all week. And so we're getting Mark Scott of the Guam Guard to come on. And also Mary Rhodes was just on talking about the GHRA's vaccination effort where they were able to do 600 shots their last time out. So we're just right there with the Path to Half.
Now, interestingly enough, I mean, I'm going to read this in news, but at the UOG vaccination clinic, they plan to do 200 doses per day. So today and tomorrow and Friday, I mean, that's 600.
Yeah.
Then you factor in the private clinics. You've got what Mary's doing with the GHRA vaccination for people in the hospitality industry. I mean, that goal is achievable.
Yeah, 802. Here's who's coming up. Lillian Posadas, Guam Memorial Hospital. We'll do an update with her, find out what's going on. Maybe she has something on the new hospital situation. Again, Mark Scott of the Guam Guard. Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas, Senator Joanne Brown. Coming up, 8:03. Real quick, because I know a lot of people are being affected by the closure of Dedido and Jigo post offices, and we haven't heard anything in a while. And so yesterday, I had reached out to the postmaster of Guam, Miss Tammy Shonen, and so I asked her, I said, hey, people keep asking what's going on with the post office closures in Jigo and Dedido. She says, sorry, I've been instructed to not do any interviews on this issue. The investigation is pending. I think they'll release info soon. So I did reach out to the United States Postal Service guy who handles like the communications with the media for this region. His name is Duke Gonzalez. And I had asked him, I said, sir, obviously there's a lot of people asking about the closures of Dedido and Jigo post offices. We've been getting a lot of calls, very little information to share with our audience, hoping you can hop on our morning show and share some more insight. And Mr. Duke Gonzalez of the USPS wrote back, Chris, thank you for your interest. I'm going to decline your interview request because I don't presently have anything further to add to the statement that I previously sent out regarding the status of the Dedido and Jigo contract postal units. And he attached his original statement, which reads as follows. The Dedido and Jigo contract postal units have been temporarily closed to allow us to complete an audit of their operations. We apologize to our customers for the inconveniences caused by the closures. As background, contract postal units are supplier-owned and supplier-leased facilities operated by private vendors under contract to the Postal Service to provide postal products and services to the public at USPS prices. During these closures, we are asking Dedido and Jigo Post Office Box customers to pick up their mail over the counter at the Barrigada Post Office. At the moment, we do not know when the two CPUs in Dedido and Jigo will reopen. So there you go. That's what's going on there. You know, and I mean, it couldn't have come at a worse time. Because I know every time Daphne Shimizu or PUA comes on the link and says they're mailing out checks, there's probably that anxiety that you guys have. Like, oh, my God, my check's going here, it's going there. I got to pick it up at Barrigada. And it is causing a backup. So that's the status on that at 8:06. Coming up on the show also, of course, we're going to talk about this Jack Hattig thing, which I was surprised, really, because I felt like when the governor had met with the chair of the Land Trust Commission, Juan Reyes Jr., that would have been like, you know, her flexing and saying, nope, Jack's my boy.
And that came out, what, a minute after we started, like, primetime last night? I mean, we had just started the news, and then Chris put there, he was like, Jack Hattig resigned.
Right. And so I was able to confirm it with Crystal Pacos and Augustine, who said that the governor received a resignation letter from Jack Hattig that did not include a reason for the resignation, which I thought was hilarious because we all know the reason for the resignation is the board said, hey, we don't want you. You're not suited for the job. And so he resigned from the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. But don't worry, he's not going to be jobless. No. Nope. Never. He's over at Adelup now as a special assistant. So, yeah, that was kind of interesting. And I did reach out to the chair of the Land Trust Commission, my primo, Juan Reyes. There's a Land Trust meeting tomorrow. So he's going to come on Friday morning here on the link to kind of just unpack. But he did tell me yesterday that they were not in receipt of Jack Hattig's letter. So what's next for the Chamorro Land Trust Commission? I don't know. It must have been something if Jack Hattig resigned, right? I mean, isn't that what we're thinking now? It's like there must have been something to those allegations. Totally. And the governor stood by Jack and said, oh, whatever happened, he did not mean to intentionally do it. Yeah, that's what she said. Well, and it was also funny because, like we had said on the show previously, the former Land Trust Commission board under the former chair, Pika Farron, had actually tried to get rid of Jack Hattig before, but I think the issue that they had was they went to the governor first out of courtesy just to say, hey, you know, your boy, you got some issues with your boy, Jackie boy. Yeah, I don't know. But for whatever reason, they put water on that fire, which is funny because it apparently was smoldering into the inferno even just yesterday that led to the departure of Jack Hattig from the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, which I think is a great move because, like I said, we just rescued that program from the federal government's evil clutches and to go right back into hanky-panky for whatever reason. There was a land agent who alleged that Jack Hattig was coercing her to change land reports. We had also heard from multiple sources that she wasn't the only land agent who was saying that. And so for Jack Hattick to leave so abruptly, to me, really says there was something there. But what's going to happen now? I mean, is that the end of it? Is it like they get rid of Jack and then, okay, we're not going to pursue anything? Is there something to pursue? Or is this just the bone that we're getting from the governor's office? We're like, yeah, there's issues. Yeah, he might have coerced some people, but it wasn't intentional and he's not there anymore, so never mind. Yeah, so we'll get the chair on Friday. But the only comment from Adelup at this time from Crystal Paco San Augustine was that Governor Leon Guerrero is in receipt of Jack's resignation letter. His resignation takes effect May 7th.
A week from Friday.
Right. He will be a staff assistant at the office of the governor. There you go. So, how's that, Mangoes? Out as the land trust administrator, but in as a special assistant at the office of the governor. He's in. God. It's just, what is going on here, guys? What is going on? Does no one get fired in the government of Guam or resign for real? It's like people resign and they get picked up somewhere else. It's like, that's not even a resignation. That's what we call a transfer. 8:10. Good morning. Let's go ahead and get into the news. With,
okay, I do have something
Jason.
that just came in right now. You were just mentioning Jigo a few moments ago because, of course, you were talking about the post office in the Northern Village being closed. Let's stay in the area known as 653 for just a moment because the Jigo mayor's office, Chris, just sent me a text message right now. And Mayor Tony Sanchez is announcing, and he'd like everybody to know that the Village of Jigo is having a neighborhood watch meeting at 6 p.m. tonight at the Jigo Gym. Remember, they had a COVID testing site there yesterday. Isaiah Uggan from our news team was there. We're going to bring you that momentarily. But tonight, at the Jigo Gym at 6 p.m., a neighborhood watch meeting. If you would like to help be part of the team that takes care of Jigo and make sure that crime is run out of the island's northernmost village, 6 p.m. at the Jigo.
Say again?
The Jigo mayor's office is having a neighborhood watch meeting at the Jigo Gym tonight at 6.
Okay. Right on.
Yeah, so Mayor Tony just sent us that right now. He was asking if we could get that out. So
yes, Mayor Tony, of course.
Take advantage of that. You know, good work being done by the good citizens up there in the
right on. And they, because we spent some time up in Jigo with the illegal dumps, and Mayor Sanchez and his boys, they had a cleanup with a few different community volunteers, and they were able to snag a couple documents in these dump sites that had names on them. So. Good on them. They're working hard to kind of hold people accountable for illegal dumping in Jigo.
You know that episode of Dirty Politics that you did when you went out to, it was Chalancot, the most recent
Yep,
right,
the most recent one.
Yeah. You got a ton of comments on YouTube for that. And the comment that kept popping up the most was people were like, are they not using, because they're burned vehicles and discarded vehicles, are they not taking the VIN and then trying to run that and cross-reference it with with Reverend Tech? Did anybody mention that?
Of course, we discussed that because we're all armchair investigators, and that was the first thing. It was like, oh, dude, just got to check the VIN, bro. Dude, come on, man, investigate. Just check the VIN. Pop this right there. Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure people who are dumping abandoned vehicles probably might have thought about that already. But Glenn St. Nicholas of Guam EPA had said, yeah, we do check the VIN. Obviously, it's probably the first thing they check other than maybe open the glove and see if they were dumb enough to leave the registration.
Which is insane.
Right. But when they do check these VINs, sometimes the owner on record will say, oh, no, I sold it to this person, or, oh, I haven't owned that car. Oh, it was stolen, or, oh, it was, basically, pura, oh, like, oh.
My car.
Oh, it was stolen. Oh, the dog ate it. Oh, Vin, what? I never even had a car like that.
I had a car 24 years ago when I was working at ITNE in East Agania. My car was stolen from the parking lot there, and it was brought up to Jigo on Woostig Road, and then it was burned on the side of the road. And one of the first things that I thought was that, okay, GPD or the fire department called me, and they're like, hey, we found your car. Can you just come over to this place in Woostig Road and identify it? So I went over there, and the first thing I thought was, I was like, okay, well, thank you for finding it. At least I know now. I'm going to go to the insurance company. And then I was like, wait a minute. Oh, crap. Am I going to be responsible for towing it, possibly like, being seen as like the culprit of littering and, because it was right next to somebody's yard. So in that case, I was like, yeah, that was my car. It was like stolen. So, I
see exactly what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
checking the VIN is not the be all end all that we want it to be.
Yeah.
I know they do it in Law and Order. Okay. I know.
But people kept putting that in the comments. It came up over and over and over. They're
Right.
like-
I know.
And
It's
people,
like, dude, guys, come here. So stupid. Check the VIN.
No, people weren't even being that long-winded. They were just like, VIN, question mark, question mark, question mark. VIN, hello.
Hello.
Facepalm emoji.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. 8:14. Let's go ahead and get into the news now. Superintendent John Fernandez, Guam Department of Education, just moments away right here on the link. So with the very latest, sitting in for Sabrina Salas-Matanani, who's off island. Jason Salas, good morning, Jay.
All right, good morning, Chris, and good morning, Guam. Good morning, world. Yesterday's CAR score dipped, as you know, from 1.0 to 0.7 on Tuesday. But today it is back up and is now 0.9. This comes after 16 COVID-19 cases were confirmed out of 884 tests performed on Monday. Better than 69,000 of your fellow Guamanians have received their first dose of one of the 3 vaccinations, and more than 52,000 Guamanians are now fully vaccinated. Speaking of, the vaccination clinic resumes administering the Johnson & Johnson vaccine today. 200 doses are available daily to those 18 and older. You can make sure to book an appointment online at KUAM.com/vaccination. And thank you for taking care of our community for doing so. Big news this morning, as we've been talking about all morning. Public Health issued a guidance memo yesterday afternoon providing general requirements and restrictions for graduation ceremonies for kindergarten through 12th grade schools, as well as institutions of higher learning. We're going to talk to the soup about this. Restrictions include, but are not limited to, the total number of people being limited to no more than 50% capacity load with seating, provided the indoor area can maintain the required physical distance if the ceremony is to be held indoors. In fact, and you will remember that the previous guidance actually said that graduation should be held outdoors. Attendees must also be limited to school faculty and staff, as well as graduates, and no more than 4 guests per graduate, providing the site can accommodate the decreased occupancy load and physical distancing requirements. Attendees must also pre-register with each school prior to the graduation ceremony in order to be allowed entrance. Well, we were talking about it a few moments ago, but CLTC Administrator Jack Hattig has tendered his resignation, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's out of Gov Guam. Adelup said his last official day at the CLTC is 1 week from Friday. On May 7th, he'll move to Adelup as a staff assistant in the governor's office. There was no reason, Adelup said, that was provided in the letter as to why he resigned. The backstory on this is during April 15th, at a CLTC board meeting, Chairman Juan Regis Jr. told Hattig the board deemed him, quote, not suited for the role. Hattig had, as you know, been accused by at least one CLTC land agent of coercion and altering a land report. The board conducted an investigation but did not release the findings, cited that it was a personnel matter. Well, let's go back to the newsroom now as Tyler Matanani is standing by, and she has a look at what's making Island News headlines on this Hump Day Wednesday. Here is your midweek link update.
Wednesday Half Day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on the link. The U.S. Supreme Court heard oral arguments Tuesday in Guam's case to force the Navy to pay its fair share of the $160 million cost to close the old Ordot Dam. The High Court accepts just a small fraction of cases each year, and all of the justices had questions during the 1-hour hearing. Nestor Lecanto reports.
Guam is appealing a lower court decision as it continues to argue that the Navy, which built and used the Ordot dump after the war and then turned it over to Gov Guam, bears some responsibility for its cleanup. Gov Guam was forced to finally close Ordot and build the Luzon landfill after it was sued by the U.S. EPA for violating the Clean Water Act because of toxic leachate. Justice Samuel Alito summarized the case in a question to the U.S. government attorney.
Guam's argument, in very simple terms, is basically this. We're a small island, and the only reason, and while we may have contributed to part of the problem with this dump, the Navy contributed quite a bit too. But in any event, all of this, the respective liability of Guam and the United States should be adjudicated under CERCLA, where the United States could bear some of the cost. But the United States has cleverly proceeded against us under the Clean Water Act for the purpose of avoiding that. Do you have an answer to that?
CERCLA is a wide-ranging environmental waste cleanup law passed in 1980, also known as the Superfund Law. Attorney Vivek Suri, assistant to the Solicitor General, responded.
EPA had legitimate reasons in 1988 for deciding not to proceed under CERCLA. By that time, the Clean Water Act process had already been underway for a couple of years, and EPA explained how the Clean Water Act procedure would, as it were, kill two birds with one stone. It would solve both the CERCLA problem and the Clean Water Act problem.
GovGuam counsel Gregory Garr, a former U.S. Solicitor General, responded.
The bottom line is that the United States wants to have its cake and eat it too. It sued Guam under the Clean Water Act in order to insulate itself from liability for its own role at the ORDOT dump, allegations that must be accepted as true, and now it wants to block Guam's actions to recover a portion of its cleanup costs by saying that the parties' settlement of the Clean Water Act claim somehow barred a CERCLA contribution claim. There's no basis in CERCLA, the common law of contribution, or anything else the government relied upon in its brief or today at oral argument to allow the United States to get away with that ploy here.
The High Court has taken the matter under advisement. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Meanwhile, it's hard to predict how the Supreme Court will rule, but Attorney General Levin Camacho is confident about Guam's case. He says the justices seem to hone in on two things.
On the one hand, we have to concede that we entered into a consent decree with the federal government to clean up ORDOT dump. But on the other hand, as we pointed out in argument very artfully, this was a very deliberate decision by the federal government to sue Guam under the Clean Water Act because you can't get contribution from other parties under the Clean Water Act. So they knew and they intentionally chose to pursue a case against Guam under a statute where we could not bring in the Navy to pay its fair share of cleaning up the ORDOT dump.
Camacho also credited a bipartisan group of more than 24 fellow attorneys general, led by CNMI AG Edward Manabusin, for their amicus or supporting brief. He says the justices were clearly swayed by that. Camacho expects the High Court will issue its opinion no later than June. The recently identified clusters are similar to past clusters that led to COVID-19 outbreaks back in August. But the significant difference is the vaccine. It's been 5 days since the announcement of the new clusters, and the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group and Public Health remain confident that we will contain the spread and reach the path to half goal before May 1st.
We don't have a big outbreak like we have back in August. That's a huge difference just because of the vaccination.
The vaccine and testing across the island. From the Northern Public Health Clinic to drive-through testing at the Tsubaki Tower and Tizen Old Carnival Grounds and over at private clinics. It's been all hands on deck to test the potentially exposed people linked to the two COVID-19 clusters. Dr. Hao Wen with the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group says we aren't out of the woods just yet, and they will have a better idea by next week.
And so far, the number is not big. Yesterday, I think we have 0. So, we tracked down a lot of people. So far, so good. Hospital admissions still at 3. So, like I said, it's a huge relief for us. And also, the governor and public health went out there really at the beginning. So we want to do contact tracing and people respond, so it went very well.
Dr. Wen is hopeful this response will be maintained for future clusters, as he also noted that over 60,000 people on island have been vaccinated, meaning that we anticipate reaching half the island population fully vaccinated before the May 1st goal date to reopen the island for tourism. Guam is currently at a moderate risk level 2 by the CDC. However, DPHSS PIO Janela Carrera feels confident we will contain the exposures from the two clusters.
Right now, I think what we're doing, especially with offering the COVID-19 testing for the two cluster cases, we've already done 693 tests, and then we also have testing today in Tizen. And we have a robust contact tracing and contact investigation team. So I think we're very confident in our ability to do contact tracing for the 2 clusters.
According to Carrera, the CDC calculates each jurisdiction's risk level through a formula that follows incidence rates, which is the cumulative cases over a 28-day period per 100,000. Currently at a level 2, Guam's incidence rate is between 50 to 50 cumulative cases. And the next step in order to upgrade to a low-risk level 1 would be having less than 5 cases per 100,000.
If we can, continue to remain vigilant and, work together as a community to bring that incidence rate of COVID-19 down, maybe we can meet that criteria in the next round.
Carrera doesn't believe our current risk level will affect the reopening of our prime industry.
I think the fact that we were able to go from a level 4 to a level 3 to a level 2 says a lot about, our efforts to reopening tourism.
And Dr. Nguyen tells KUAM the island can expect new quarantine guidelines to be announced as the PAG has already provided the governor with their recommendations.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
In national headlines, the Biden administration has unveiled new mask guidelines today, especially for people who are fully vaccinated. Here's Natalie Brand with the skinny.
President Biden asked all Americans to wear masks for his first 100 days in office, and now his administration is relaxing some of those recommendations. The CDC is laying out new guidelines today for those fully vaccinated. What activities can resume with and without wearing a mask.
The message is clear. You're vaccinated, guess what? You get to return to a more normal lifestyle. If you're not vaccinated, you're still in danger. You're still in danger as well, so get vaccinated.
The CDC still wants everyone to follow mask and social distancing guidance in many public spaces.
We want to get back to a normal lifestyle. We want to get our economy going, people back at work, restaurants open. You got to do that the right way. And masks help. Vaccinations, important. Masks help. And so even though I'm vaccinated, I still wear a mask.
The new guidance comes as the administration redoubles efforts to reach out to those who are reluctant to get vaccinated. The number of daily doses administered fell from a high of about 3.5 million 2 weeks ago to 2.7 million on Monday. However, with nearly 40% of U.S. adults now fully vaccinated, the number of new coronavirus infections is down 14% from the previous week. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
And let's go ahead and check in with our own Kin Conception, who has the day's headlines in Guam native tongue. Here's Chamorro.
Buenas noches, sunto givenut Chamorro ni KUAM News para Merkulis 28 de abril 2021. El Departamento de Policía oficial siya sa maagang segundo magas Department of Corrections si Robert Camacho mamamplaitete ya legitiman empetsu numan maarresta zaman masosok tagi después. Según spokesperson para DOC si Major Anton Agan, aja siya umiluli preso sa may epog no 40 sa putimana mamanya sa reglamento niya di matutunan na maktui pesti. Kalinga siya na DOC sa makikitsagiha desde pago absenisya por cuanto siya manhaling DOC sa pulitinaja kampo. Ania tutungwi pesti managwahan este na reglamento na di man maaresta man impetusu na tautaugi hufan mapreso mentes mafatsutu ikausan niya. Leg na loko siya na tribunal giza agarnya sa taza marinunusia distite nitun este na mercy erbit. Gimas, ma-indag ni grand jury si Matthew Manibusan. Dos kwenta na mamuno na primer grado na felony, zan kwenta na aggravated assault no segundo grado na felony. Todi dos na inasaki sa maada zi espesyal na alegasyon sa podya na sabi si Manibusan yat mas mamuno ania committee felony. Mataki si Manibusan na apaki za napuno si Joshua Meno. Masoda itatautan niya si Meno gikanton Swambro gizadedidud gidekin si Giabrit. Gidokumento ni Korti ilinga si Manibusan na defended may sagwe. Zazo na apaki si Meno sa puduro at suka ni Machitenya za asar primunya si Manibusan. Gimastado na inasaki ino apapana si Manibusan sa pudigay paki za timalisensyalji azo na paki numana 3 grado na felony. Ito na arraignment sa 28 Giabrit. Gitro tikulo imas nuevo na informasyon po si medical abortion na kausan sinu. U.S. District Court si Heather Kennedy sa rekomenda na adzi motion gin ni Mansusu para preliminary injunction humarinunsya. Ikot ti masoda na tinahaw man na ano na ilay gwini gizagwahan, especialmente mas na informasyon debido managwaha, Lo zazangin presidente po si Palawan sa giminagahay na mas mapudidirison niya na Palawan para abortion. Inagumendong kwento siya sa mahungog gimapos na mes. Anay dos na medikon OB-GYN matsanday lay para masuplika zi medication abortions para man malago ginigit sa gwahan. Lo entry telemedicine na manera. Managumento yung mediko na zi David D. Afana na reglamento. Sana senestod bu azi praktiko ni mameme o abortion na prescription siya. Lo tiya conforme ko tiyadzo. Ilang yung dokumento na sa pudir seguridad na benepisyo sa sentak papatisinya ko tiya sangan na na inestod bu no masasangan mas makan na tikado igyan niya gohan pero sugun mo na ilinala ay timan mafanan niya go. Yuto mo, ajim na ibo na sagan sumotso gi Micronesia mo ni David Di pero mababa gi inigap sa makansela un rotu hasta ki bantiyo tumuni semana. Iseso manano para mo za ni KUAM News man masangani na isagan sumotso Racing Canes sa tiparo mababa gi tempo ni mamensahi sa pwede ni tanim palo na nekanu gizon niya menu ni timapatu zan trabiya timunana zan construction gizon halumilugad. I area manager pa Racing Canes si Gian Kien sa manggago disposisyon para i-inconveniente. Lolinya mas na isagan sumotso ni masentungo pwede zan niya chicken fingers na sentado sa sempri mababa gi isabalo dia uno gimanso. Para KUAM News, ko si Ken Concepcion.
Your Chamorro News update right here on the link. Again, Jason Solis with the news at 8:30. Quick break, and we're back with Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas and GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez. Coming up next on the link, which is brought to you by East West Rental, carrier for all my Aircon babies. Keep it cool. Cowboy Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers beyond our borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Every day is a brand new day. We should be happy and celebrate. The life we have is just one.
Hey, good morning. Morning.
Waste my time. Now everyone can say I want to go to the beach tonight or tomorrow. Hopefully the weather.
Well, hey, they're hiring at Chamorro Land Trust, guys. What do you think, Jay? Gonna put it in an app? We're qualified. We're Chamorro. That's it. Boom. Not, sir. Wait, are you a native inhabitant? We'll get you in on the native inhabitant. 8:33. This is my friend Daryl Garcia, Noni, when in Guam. Good stuff. Wednesday, April 28th on the link, the Zoom room. Lillian Posadas, hospital administrator, standing by. Good morning, Lillian.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Jason. And good morning, Guam.
Good morning, Auntie Lillian.
Let's just go ahead and get started because it's getting kind of backed up this morning, Lillian. But I guess we first wanted to start with any type of update on the new hospital because I know you're on that task force, right? Has there been any new developments, new meetings, new information?
It's ongoing. We just had a meeting yesterday. That was our third meeting. The second meeting, which was on the 13th, we basically Mel Mendiola from the CEO from GIDA. She and her team put together a PowerPoint presentation with regards to the various locations, various sites that are being considered for the new hospital. But it's actually not just a new hospital, but a medical center campus that will have the hospital, public health, and behavioral health, and a laboratory, and in one campus. And so that's really what we're talking about. But I think the first priority is the hospital because of our situation here in the hospital. This facility has pretty much met its lifespan of 50 years, and it needs to be replaced. So that's the priority. I mean, public health is also a priority, but I guess the hospital is really what we're looking at to replace first. And so, yes, yesterday we met again, and we were looking at the task orders that were spelled out in the grant that was approved and awarded to the Office of the Governor by the Office of Economic Adjustment. And we're going to be working very closely with the performance-based contractor, which is the consultant, the Matrix Consultants. They've been recognized through the proper solicitation process in 2014 by OEA to, I guess, manage and handle the grants that are awarded by OEA. So they are the consultants that we're going to be working very closely with this first phase in terms of the assessment. And that's all part of the task orders. There's like about 9 task orders to meet that assessment, to complete that assessment, and come up with a strategic work plan for the construction of the hospital. So that was the discussion yesterday.
Was there any more discussion on finalizing or further narrowing any of the proposed sites for the new hospital?
At the last meeting on the 13th, out of, I think, as I mentioned, 10 or 12 options in terms of locations, it was narrowed down to like about 4. And one of them is this current location here where we are right now, combining it with the old site, the Oka Point, the cliff line, right above Hilton, combining those 2 locations to then, have this campus. That was one option. The other option was the Atacao. There's an area in Atacao and there's an area in Andy South. And I'm either the South Finnegajan, the old Nimitz Gulf Towers, Gulf area. But I am trying not to, I'm trying to dissuade the task force from this location, Oka, primarily because it's going to be a major disruption. If we're going to have a construction here in this facility and continue to provide the services, it really is going to be a major disruption. In addition to, we have no space. Laterally, we can't go anywhere to then, move people so that the construction can be, can continue or can be started. There's just no space here for us to move not only the patients, but also the administrative offices, the non-clinical side. So having it done here, this site is just not at all feasible, not realistic. And really, it's a major disruption for the services that we have to continue to provide. So yes, it got narrowed down to, I think, 4 locations. And I forgot to mention, I'm sorry, the Eagles Field is still part of that, site option.
Wow, Lillian. So it kind of sounds like you're taking Oka off the table.
I am. I'm not, because, you got to also keep in mind it's a residential area. So there's really no space to expand. And, for those reasons that it is a major disruption to the services that we have to continue to provide while it's being constructed, there's just no space to expand. We are already challenged with parking issues. And so, that's just going to get compounded further. So from my own perspective, Oka Point is just not at all a realistic, a feasible site. And I know people are going to argue with me and debate that with me, but that's the reality of this site here.
Does the governor share your sentiment about using the Oka property?
We have discussed it, and she also agrees that there's just too many limitations for this option, for the site.
Couldn't we get?
Learn our lesson, right? I mean, we need to learn our lesson here that this is just, and it being in the cliffside, the salt air from the ocean, it corrodes the facility. It really does.
So I know you don't want it at Oka, but is there any site that you do prefer of the sites that you're looking at?
Well, my preference is, like I said, is the Eagles Field, because it's centrally located, especially for the people of the South. It is near the University of Guam, near the academic institutions that then we can be affiliated with the programs there, and maybe even expand it to see how we can have medical students. So there's lots of opportunities, even research. If we bring research, get our people to become scientists and do some research on our island. I mean, do you not see that vision?
Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of stuff to research. That's for sure. Lillian, what's the COVID update at GMH?
The census right now, as of this morning, is at 5. We have picked up, our census has gone up to 5 this morning, and actually was, I believe, 4 or 5 yesterday also. So it's there seems to be a gradual increase, an uptick, and I'm just kind of concerned.
Are any of the patients hospitalized fully vaccinated, or have they received any of the doses?
There was one who was fully vaccinated, and the Abbott test that we conducted on that individual turned out to be positive, but we confirmed it with the PCR. Public Health ran the analysis on the PCR, and it fortunately came out to be negative. So, the initial test with the Abbott, apparently was a false positive.
And is this person still in the hospital?
No, individual was released.
What about the others? Have they got any of the shots at all? Because what I hear is sometimes people get the first shot and then they think, "Oh, wow, I'm good."
No, they haven't. The ones who are still here have not been vaccinated, have not received the vaccines.
What about staffing, Lillian? How are you guys on staffing? Have you brought on any new hires?
We brought on new hires. Yes, absolutely. It's a revolving door. We lose people, they resign, they leave, and but so we continuously are hiring people, particularly in the clinical side, nurses, allied health professionals, respiratory therapists, radiology technicians, and so yes, we've hired.
What's the protocol when you guys bring on board new hires from, let's say, like off island? In terms of for the COVID protocols?
They still need to. That's a standard protocol. Any new hires, part of the pre-employment process is the COVID testing before they start. We need to establish that baseline so that way, we don't discover later on that, oh, they're positive. No, we need to make sure that before they start, we test them.
Are you able to, I don't want to, because I just got this tip, Lillian, about a couple doctors who had come in and I guess the best I could do is ask, but who had tested positive for the virus after displaying symptoms over the weekend. And they were like newer.
Yeah,
I'm
Monday.
sorry. Can you say that again? Go ahead.
That's the report I received Monday, that there were a couple of doctors who traveled off island and have come back. And again, the Abbott test, well, we're waiting for a PCR, is what I haven't seen the PCR report.
Were these doctors, did they come from hotspot?
I would consider, yes, they were hotspots.
Are you able, was it India?
You got the information? Is that the information you received?
That's the information I received, yeah. So let me just tell you the info I received, Lillian, because I'm sorry, I just got it right now and I had you on. So I got a tip that you guys had hired a couple doctors from India who had come, I think the day before they had that like 200,000 positive COVID cases in India, and that they had been on the job, were given the quarantine exemption, and then ended up developing symptoms over the weekend and eventually tested positive. That you can confirm?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, sure, that is information that, I received also. And they're not new hires. These are doctors who've been with us, and they've traveled and they have returned.
And so that being said, are you at all re-examining maybe the protocols that allowed this to happen?
Well, yeah, we are. But, we want to also make sure that the PCR, because that's basically the confirmatory test, if those PCR tests come back, negative, then that gives us that assurance that, they're free of the infection.
Are they still with the displaying of symptoms and the one positive test, are they still on the job, or were they?
They're right now quarantined, isolated. They're not working until we get the results.
And when do you anticipate getting those?
Well, it should be any day now. I should have it by today. We should have it by today.
And then, just as the administrator, right? Because God knows during the pandemic, we've spoken so many times about infection with the staff and the risk that they run. Was this kind of a red flag for you, given that, we had a lot of infection with the staff during the height of the pandemic?
There were, the numbers were up in terms of the staff getting a COVID positive tests, and majority of them were from the community. Not so much that they got it here exposed to patients. There were a few that, who were exposed to the patients, but majority of the cases were that they got it from the community. Because, in-house, the staff are really following the PPE protocols. And so, yes, they're protecting themselves. But yes, majority are from the community.
What did the staff say?
And Go ahead.
What was the staff telling you with these two doctors who tested positive? Was there some anxiety or worry on their part?
Sure, absolutely. There's concern, but everybody again continues to wear the protective gear, and so with contact tracing, our infection control and employee health are following through with the contact tracing.
All right. Is this going to affect, or again, just real quick before we let you go, what's the status on the visitation?
It's still, there hasn't been any change at all with the visitation, other than the last time I mentioned that, patients who are 75 years and older, we are allowing their family, one family member to be with them in the hospital.
Okay, so that's patients 75 years and older. You get one family member. And then are you guys just reviewing the rest of the visitation policy? And do you anticipate any kind of change with that if we reach the path to half?
Right. We continue to have that discussion, yes, amongst our executive team and our department managers.
Okay. Anything else, Lillian?
Plenty.
I know that you said with the 5 hospitalizations, it caused you some concern. Do you want to kind of share those concerns with us here on the show?
Well, that the numbers are picking up, and they're, the news there, the good news is that they're not acutely or critically ill to require any of them to be on the ventilator or in the intensive care ICU level of care. So, hopefully that this stays this way, or that the numbers drop. So, but my point is that this is the new norm. This COVID virus is in our community. It's going to be in our community. And so we need to continue just exercising all the precautions as much as possible.
Amen. Totally agree with that. Lillian, thank you so much for your time and appreciate your transparency this morning and always.
All right.
Okay, Lillian.
Thank you.
There you go. Lillian Posadas, hospital administrator, 849. So, yeah, there you go. That she was able to confirm that a couple of doctors who returned from travel in India. Google India. It's crazy. Hotspot right now. And they eventually tested positive with the antigen test for the coronavirus. And she says they're currently in quarantine and isolation. That's about all we know about that. Is it a cause for concern? Yeah, I mean, the COVID's still out there, guys. It's 8:49. Let's keep it going in the KUAM News Zoom room. Superintendent John Fernandez, the Guam Department of Education. Good morning, John.
Hey, good morning, Chris.
Thanks for joining us. Let's just get right into it. Could we start with an update on the PATH distribution and the 2-year program that you guys are going to institute that would help kids who may have been left behind during the pandemic?
Sure. As far as the PATH program goes, and really, this, for those who don't know what the PATH program is, it is our partnership with IT&E to distribute MiFi devices to those students and families who need but do not have internet access at home, or who need to expand the internet access at home, given the number of students that might be online. So we have about 1,600 devices that have already been distributed. So that's been really good to see. IT&E has partnered with us and our mayors to set up distribution sites throughout the island, and those distribution sites are usually up on our Facebook, GDOE Facebook page for those who are interested. So the good news is that the MiFi devices are getting out to the families, to the homes. And then second, I do want to push that if there are families and students who are still interested but haven't applied for devices, you can do so by going to your school and registering for a device. And then when they, on that distribution date, you should be able to pick your device up at the appropriate site. So we're still, the application is still, open, and we encourage families to take advantage of it.
Okay.
Now the 2-year plan, I call it a plan loosely, but I guess really what I'm referring to is that we have about $287 million that we're getting through the American Rescue Plan, and that funding expires or has to be expended 2 years from now, September 30th, 2023. And so those are 2 years in which we have resources, and 20% of that, 20% of that amount has to be dedicated to addressing learning loss by implementing learning recovery strategies. So, we have a 2-year period to dedicate these resources to bring kids back to school, to focus and assess where they're at in terms of their progress academically, and then to work within GDOE and also support partners in really providing opportunities for the kids to recover any learning that's been lost. So that's really the time frame that we have. And of course, we're already looking at a plan to expand summer school and after school opportunities. We've reached out to the governor, and we want to partner with her, the lieutenant governor, of course, mayors and other organizations out there to also enhance what we're doing at the schools. Again, to provide activities, programming that will get our kids back to socializing, participating in activities, and also focusing on academics. So, we've started those conversations already, and we hope, to see some of that come to life this summer. But really, we have an opportunity, and we want to both invest and sustain those activities from now until 2023, when those resources need to be expended. So, so that was just really a look ahead, that we're not talking about a quick fix, do it over the summer and then we're done. We have an opportunity to really put together a set of resources and activities that can, over the next 2 years, help to address the impact of COVID-19.
John, I know that last week we missed you because you're out touring schools. Can you just give us a status on what you found on those tours?
Yeah, we reached out to our administrators as we always do, and we gather them to provide information regarding the 3-foot distancing and how many students would be able to come back and fit into the classrooms. So when I saw the initial list of reports, I was a little concerned because the numbers looked a little lower than I had hoped. I mean, when you think about 3-foot distancing, you're really hoping that we can come back to normal classrooms, with 25 to 28 students. And the numbers I was looking at ranged from 18 maybe to 22. And so I really wanted to go out to the schools and make sure I understood what those issues were that prevented us from going back to being able to provide all students an opportunity to come back and do 5 days of instruction. So what I've learned is, number one, it's important that we just continue to offer online as an option, because at this point I don't believe we can fit 100% of our kids back in the classrooms under the face-to-face, with face-to-face instruction under these 3 feet distancing requirements. Number two, we are working with the schools to do what we can to maximize their space. So if it takes us to helping them clear out, excess equipment and furniture from the classrooms, buying extra whiteboards to help them reorient the direction of the desk, and we're willing to do that. But even with those measures, we're looking, again, we're not looking at 25 to 28 students. We're looking at, less, few numbers less than that. So maybe 22, 23 at most. So, again, if you're a private school, for instance, and you have, class sizes that are less than that, I think sure you can, bring back 100% of students 5 days a week. Yeah. But when you look at our northern schools, 25 to 28 students a classroom, we're close, but we're not quite there yet. So we're looking for the opportunity to support our schools and try to figure that out. Outside of the classroom, there's still a 6-foot distancing requirement. So that means you might be 3 feet in the classroom, and then outside, the cafeteria, out in the common areas, it's 6 feet. So we're trying to figure out how to do that so that we can allow our kids an opportunity to eat safely, and then also spend their breaks and their recesses, be able to do that safely as well. So that's going to take things like replacing those cafeteria tables with student desks, getting temporary canopies out so we can provide more shaded covering for those schools that need it, maybe more seating. So there's a lot of things we're discussing, but again, we're trying to do this on a school by school basis because our school facilities are different ages, different designs, different sizes, and I really want to make sure I understood the challenges that the schools face. So that's what I'm finding on my tours, and I'm also going to engage the Lieutenant Governor and Public Health to see how much flexibility we might be given around these parameters, down the road, maybe over the summer and heading into the school year, that might make it easier for us to bring in more students. It's all going to depend, and I just want to echo this, it's all going to depend on the safety of the community. So I'm watching, I think as well as you are, the numbers, making sure they don't spike up again. And I hope that, these numbers stay under control, because all of the work that we're doing to try to reopen schools, if the community numbers go up higher, it will make that job a lot harder to do. And that again will impede the reopening of our island and our economy. So yeah, a lot of walking. Mrs. Gutierrez, our facilities committee chair, she's joined me. She joined me yesterday. I thought I would wear her down by mid-morning, but she lasted the entire way through. So we're going around just so that the board as well gets a good understanding of the issues. And she can see it with her own eyes and talk to the administrators and teachers herself. I think that'll make sure that we're all on the same page as we make these critical decisions.
John, we had the chair of the education board on last week, and he talked about ESF 2, Education Stabilization Funds 2, and how a lot of that you guys would be looking at spending on facilities upgrades.
Yes, I mean, both actually that's going to be that the ESF2 funds are going to help us to address school facilities that and again to sustain safe environments so that as we reopen, we take into consideration all those public health requirements. So making sure we are sanitizing surfaces, making sure we allow for physical distancing. So restroom renovations, canopy repairs, those types of efforts will be supported by the ESF2 funds. And then with the American Rescue Plan, I can foresee additional investments from that third round of funding to continue to ensure that school facilities can remain open, and to be done and to be open safely under these conditions. So we have work to do, but that'll be an important part of our investment.
John, there was a new guidance that came out, DPHSS issues guidance memo 2021-14 relative to graduation ceremony requirements. Is this going to affect any of the grad plans that the department has? And what are those plans?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, as you know, there are GDOE is like a carrier, like an Air Force carrier. And there are a lot of schools out there that are private school partners and so forth, charter schools who are much smaller boats. They can turn more quickly than we can. So when it comes to graduation, all of our plans are really kind of nailed down in January, February, because it allows the schools to plan to secure the partnership they need with the mayor and the police department, around the grad and go ceremonies to ensure they raise enough funds or have enough resources to support the kids and try to make it as meaningful a ceremony as possible under the circumstances. I know that there are schools, smaller schools, who say, hey, we can do this indoors and we can adjust and make these adjustments quickly. And I think they've been working with public health, and we're fine with that. But for the public schools, for our large graduation classes and the population we're talking about, those plans are nailed down, and these recent changes aren't going to affect that for this year. We do want to get back to traditional ceremonies as much as possible. But for this year, we made that decision earlier, I believe in February. And then the schools have been just focused on making sure that information is clear and just putting together a program that will be meaningful to the graduates who are, to our class of 2021.
John, we had a comment here, and I don't know, maybe you could clarify. Mr. John, being that teachers were acknowledged recently, of course, talking about Teacher of the Year, will students also be acknowledged traditionally for their accomplishments like A and B honor roll, perfect attendance? I don't even know how they're going to figure that out. Those types of accolades, John, that we see traditionally?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is handled at the school level. And again, you're right, things like attendance, that's something that really is very difficult to address with, online hard copy. So a lot of those are handled at that school level, but I expect that the high schools will continue to recognize the students and then the graduates, especially the graduating class, with the valedictorian and salutatorian and other awards that they typically give out. I know that the schools are doing their promotion ceremonies and will likely give out their awards and recognitions at that time. However, I can't say that they'll give give all of the ones that they usually give in a normal school year, because as you know, some of those items are hard to measure. But again, I do expect that they will do their best to recognize students, and I just want to recognize all the students and the teachers. Throughout this past year, what a difficult year. We did celebrate the 2021 Teacher of the Year. Dr. Benji Santiago. I know that we spoke earlier, and KOAM was just really great at producing that virtual ceremony. But it's the right time to recognize, the work that teachers have put in to try to figure out. both, I mean, they all exemplified, you know, the qualities that we see and want to see in all of our great.
Chamarita Regis, the SAT test, is it still in place? How are students basing their next level education transitioning from like 8th to 9th grade?
Yeah, the ACT Aspire test, which is usually given, is being given now, but it's in a more limited version. It really has only been provided and implemented for face-to-face students because they are already at school, and you know there's flexibility and limitations that are authorized by U.S. Department of Education. So I think in some cases, people, you know, there were jurisdictions who were saying we just need to waive the exam this year, but they did want to see some measure of progress to be able to have that data and see whether they could, you know, detect what the impacts have been from COVID-19. So if you're a face-to-face student, you likely have already taken the assessment or it's upcoming. So it shouldn't affect the progress of the students. I mean, again, the issue is going to be how we get them back into school and start looking at ways to catch students up to where they need to be through these investment, you know, the investment of resources we're talking about.
Summer school?
Summer school? I think May 7th is the deadline for registration. We're offering summer school in all of our schools this year. We typically don't. So again, you know, we want the word to get out. We've been pushing it out to all of our parents and students. For those, I mean, there are a lot of students who want to come back to school physically and get back into a structured routine. So they will have that opportunity to do so this year. So May 7th is the deadline. You can register at your school, and we're going to be hiring teachers and so forth to make sure we support you know, those programs this summer. And of course, in addition to that, we're working with the mayors, the lieutenant governor's office to see if we can also supplement those activities, you know, after the summer school day ends, you know, which is going to be around, you know, 12 to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're hoping that there will be a lot of opportunities. The real the challenge is going to be, of course, to make sure that kids show up. So we're working through that and trying to get the word out and encourage our families to participate.
Right on, John. Anything in closing before we let you go?
No, I think, you know, the other thing I want to mention is in our interscholastic season, our Block 2 season has begun. So I just wanted to, you know, thank all of our athletic directors, you know, our board of directors for the Interscholastic Sports Association at DOE. So we're running a whole block of, you know, track and field. We're doing baseball, we're doing soccer, we're doing basketball. We're also inviting and have our private school partners to join if they aren't offering sports in their league. So we're seeing an opportunity to have kids compete, and you know, that's been really good to see them back out on the field, out on the court. Yeah. And so yeah, we've been doing it safely, and we thank everybody for their hard work on that.
Thank you, John.
All right, thank you, Chris.
We'll see you. There you go, John Fernandez, education superintendent here. Again, just going back to this guidance from public health relative to graduation ceremony requirements. And here are the requirements for schools K through 12 and institutions of higher education like UOG and GCC. The requirements contained in the guidance memo are intended to help prevent the spread of COVID while providing schools and higher education places an option for a traditional graduation ceremony. This new guidance here supersedes the previous one. And it also dictates that all schools and higher education institutions who would like to have an indoor or outdoor grad ceremony must develop and submit a detailed COVID-19 mitigation plan to public health at least 14 days prior to the scheduled graduation ceremony. This is tough because they just had a guidance that a lot of the schools were just going to adhere to, and now they changed it. But they're saying that you got to submit a plan 2 weeks in advance. For example, I know FD's graduation is next week, so I don't know if they're going to be able to do
FD traditionally is always first.
Right. And so they say that if you can't submit the plans 2 weeks prior to your scheduled ceremony, that you contact environmental health immediately. Failure to comply will place schools and higher education institutions in non-compliance with public health guidance that may result in penalties and or fines.
Could I ask, Chris, because you said your oldest son is a graduating senior from Father Duenas this year. How big is their graduating class?
It's like about this big.
Ballpark, a couple hundred?
I would say less than a couple hundred.
Hmm.
So yeah, the guidance here: the total number of persons shall be limited to no more than 50% occupancy load, with seating provided the indoor area can maintain the required physical distance if held indoors. The total number of persons shall be limited to no more than the outdoor area can maintain with the required physical distance if held. Well, anyway, Jay's going to put it in the comments.
Yeah.
Let's keep it in the Zoom room.
So 4 guests per graduate, which,
Good luck with that.
Yeah, that was the subtext of like last
You
year's
got
graduation.
my idea, guys. Do a raffle.
Yeah,
Get
'cause I
all
said-
your family members, whoever wants to go, put their names in a hat. You draw 4.
How many family members did you bring to like your graduation from high school? I mean, just sending out the invitations. I mean, you've got your mom, your dad, your Nina,
Yeah.
your Nino, your grandparents on both sides, and
The immediate, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Your girlfriend's family.
Headache. 909. Let's go into the Zoom room here where we have Senator Joanne Brown, joined by Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas. Good morning, Senators.
Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Senator Joanne. I wanted to kind of start.
Hi, good morning, Chris. How are you?
Good. We're good. Busy show. I wanted to start with this news of Jack Hattig, the Chamorro Land Trust Administrator, because Senator Joanne, I know you had written a letter to the governor asking her to investigate Mr. Hattig and the allegations that had come from a land agent that he had coerced her into doing something that violated the Chamorro Land Trust rules and regs. Of course, just timeline on this. The Land Trust Commission had addressed those allegations in executive session. There was a continuation of that executive session, which the board had come out of and announced that they felt Jack Hattig was not suited for the job, and that they were going to meet with the governor. And so that meeting happened last Monday between the chair, Juan Regis Jr., and the governor. We didn't hear anything for a week. In fact, yesterday I was just thinking, like, God, they had a whole closed-door meeting and nobody knows a darn thing, which was suspect. But then we got the news late yesterday afternoon that Jack Hattig submitted his resignation to the governor. There was no reason given. I know that as of press time yesterday, the chair of the Land Trust Commission, John Regis Jr., had not received a copy of it. Anyway, just what do you make of this resignation? And the fact that it's not really a resignation, because while he may not be at the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, they found a place for him at Adelup as a special assistant. Is that accountability?
Well, obviously. Well, I leave that up to the people to decide. I mean, our main concern was ensuring that the activities and operations of the Chamorro Land Trust were above board and that it was free of corruption. And when the land agent came forth and raised those concerns about her particular report being altered by Mr. Hattig and having to bring those issues forth, and then of course the initial response we heard back from the commission leadership was that they've worked those issues out, so to speak. And the main concern I had was forgery of these documents. I mean, if Mr. Hattig in his capacity as a director wanted to have his own input, he certainly could have clarified that in a separate document and said, these are my recommendations. And then the commission, I'm sure, can evaluate it from there. But to have the work product of the land agent, which is, listed in their name, being presented, and then the land agent coming forth and saying, oh, no, my original report has been altered and the recommendation is contrary to what's allowed by law. Obviously, that's a concern. And I think it shows to just an also bigger issue with the Chamorro Land Trust over the years, as we've known. There's a lot of procedures and policies that not have been followed. I mean, there's been a lot of issues about who's been getting land. I mean, we have people that were able to order their share of Chamorro Land Trust land adjacent to their private property so they could expand their private property. We've had people jump ahead of those that, stood in line for hours, back in the early 1990s to be able to even get on the list. We've had legitimate people that are deserving of land trust property that all these years later are still waiting.
We also
and so
had
we have the lack of confidence. That's the concern.
I just got to throw this in. We also had a former sitting senator who was able to, against the rules and the regulations, receive a lease from her mom up at Barrigada Heights, but that was all undone. Yeah, so there was definitely so much hanky-panky going on at Chamorro Land Trust. I mean, I used the past tense there, but apparently it was still going on as recently as a few weeks ago, according to this land agent.
Well, and I think we need to address that. I mean, if the legislature has to intercede and actually outline the process through law so there's no deviation, then perhaps that's what we need to do to ensure that the proper procedures are being followed by the Land Trust Commission. I mean, I know the previous chairwoman, Pika Farron, brought up a number of issues to try to correct and get the Chamorro Land Trust operations on track. And I think her efforts are very much appreciated. But we also have to ensure it's not just a question of this current commission, it's the past commissions, and it's also, more importantly, the future commissions that oversee these very valuable assets that are intended to be given to our people. But when you see activities like this, where these issues are raised, I mean, I guess the administration's chosen to take a very quiet stance, and hopefully, by next week, there'll be another issue and it'll fade away. But it just shows that, these documents were forged. I had several weeks ago, had sent a FOIA to the current chairman, Mr. Regis, requesting all documents from that board meeting in February to include the original agent reports, because I'm not sure if this is something just limited to the single report that was raised by that land agent, or are there other reports? When they sent me the documents, I also requested everything from FY 2020. And when they sent me the documents, there were only a single set of agent reports. And I believe that there are original agent reports that were forwarded to the director and have since been changed. And I just got a letter this morning informing me that they have no further documents concerning my request. And that concerns me, because I actually do believe that there are other original agent reports that exist that may have been changed. And I think that issue needs to be brought to light. I mean, I'm very concerned about this. If this sort of thing is what's happening, and this is what officially the Chamorro Land Trust is putting on record, particularly if we believe that there are other original documents that were put together under the names of these land agents and forwarded to the commission and have since been changed. And so I definitely have a concern about that, and will continue to pursue that issue. And if necessary, I like I said, I'm only a member of one committee in this legislature, and that's Speaker Therese Terlahi's committee. And if necessary, I think we need to call an oversight and bring these issues to light so that they can be properly addressed, and more importantly, properly corrected in the interests of our people. But this type of corruption that has been going on, and misuse of this land that was intended for our people, it's not acceptable moving forward to continue to see this sort of thing happening. I think even more so, I'm sure our people are disgusted by seeing this happen, especially those that have been waiting so many years. Before, they were waiting hopefully for themselves, be what their interest to want to farm or build a home. Now they're calling and saying, gosh, can I have something to share with my grandchildren and spend time with my grandchildren? Because that much time has passed in their lives, and it's even beyond them now. They're looking for the future of their children and their grandchildren. So I think we should have a higher expectation, and it's unfortunate that this has happened. But we need to do a lot more to get things back on track so that we can reduce and minimize this type of corruption that's been happening at the Chamorro Land Trust Commission.
All right, let's get into it. Senator Duenas, I know you had asked to come on because you wanted to explain your opposition to clean drinking water. And this resolution that had come out from Senator Sabina Perez. I had her on yesterday. Let's just kind of go into it, because it was a resolution that was kind of in line with the observance of World Clean Water Day or something like that. But you guys, I don't know if it's you specifically, I do know Senator Brown had brought up issues about the anti-military, what you guys had said was the anti-military tone of the resolution. Go ahead, Senator.
Good morning, Chris and Bree and Jason, and thank you for the opportunity. Absolutely not, Chris. Senator Joanne Brown and I are not against clean drinking water. In fact, we've advocated our entire careers for clean drinking water and other things for the people of Guam. Chris, this is one of those times when you have a piece of legislation that should have probably been sent back to the author anyways, where the title does not match the content of the bill, of the resolution that's been put in play. Chris, this very clearly, as you go through the resolution, what it points to is the military and its firing range and the non-compatibility of the firing range, and probably we should shut down the military buildup. The author never once went against those arguments on the floor. Other members of her party tried to say that on the floor, that it was only about clean drinking water, but she never stopped when myself, Senator Brown, Senator Frank Blas Jr. made the case. that if we are going to talk about clean drinking water, let's go to places that KUAM has already gone to. Gilbaza, Gil Breeze, Chamorro Land Trust properties. I mentioned yesterday on another program, I made my single most largest investment of my life in 2002 when I built a home in Afami. And I was on radio stations and the news holding up a glass of what I called miso soup because the Tsaut pump station was so contaminated by cross-contamination from sewage getting into the water lines that people and residents of Afami, Tsaut, and Sinahanya were being basically had fecal chloroform and poison in their water. They had to chlorinate the water so hard that it smelled like Clorox sometimes when I would open up my faucet. I would see trucks from going to the pump stations up in Afami and the Tsaut area with bottles and bottles of chlorine that they were constantly offloading so that they could keep the water clean. Chris, we are responsible for our own water as well. And to present a resolution that only the firing range potentially may cause problems with the aquifer, I have a problem with that.
Right, but I feel like in what you're saying, it's almost ironic because you're calling out the author of the resolution for only looking at contamination, or, well, from what I'm getting, what you're saying, only looking at contamination with the buildup, whereas you're saying we should only look at contamination that's not related to the buildup?
No, absolutely not, Chris. What I'm saying is to look at it holistically. Look at it to include us on the opposite side of the fence. Let's talk about every aspect of making sure that we have clean water for the people of Guam. And also, when a resolution has far-reaching implications, where it basically says the firing range may be a showstopper with regard to the military buildup, that needs a larger discussion than just one public hearing. That's why I asked for the resolution to go back to committee so we can off the base with regard to issues with regard to contamination of our aquifer, bring in waterworks, bring in so many other people, because this is a bigger conversation. But if the author is going to once again be clear that the firing range is a showstopper and we can't do the military buildup, that has implications for the entire people of Guam and those who are relying on the military buildup for their livelihood. And that is a far-reaching, serious discussion that deserves more than just an up and down vote on a resolution on the floor.
Right. Because I did read the resolution, and I said yesterday that I could see it was kind of like pieced together from some of it because the information is not new. This is a lot of it is the Department of Defense's very own information that they're putting out. So when you have the federal government themselves through all these studies and data releases, and even something like those 7 million bullets being shot over the aquifer, how can you not be concerned about those issues? And how do you classify it as anti-military when it's the federal government themselves that are coming out with a lot of this information that's contained in the resolution?
So I applaud the federal government for being straightforward and putting in the report and the SCIS supplemental report saying the potential of, just like they have now come out and said that they have a state-of-the-art drainage system from the runway now that they had to employ because the current aircraft and sophisticated aircraft that are landing up there at Anderson now required less than a certain mil of water on the runway. They have now rolled out the fact that they've taken every potential contamination as that runoff is now being caught and the crown has been put on that airway, that the water going back down to the aquifer is clean because they have state-of-the-art abilities to take out the contaminants. By the way, the report says the potential of. We have a potential of dying in a plane crash when we get on an airplane. I have the potential as I leave my office this morning and getting in a car accident and being killed by being run over by a semi. There's a lot of potential, but I think the mitigating efforts that the federal government and the military has put in place far outweigh anything we're even doing on the outside of the fence to mitigate issues of contamination of our waterlands.
Let's get on Senator Joanne Brown, because I believe, Senator, it was your comments on the floor where you had called this resolution out for what you believe, or I think it was you said, could be interpreted as anti-military.
Well, very much so. I mean, certainly we're hardly in a position to be accused of being anti-safe drinking water. I mean, certainly in my case, I know Senator Chris's case. I mean, I've been, most of my government career has been focused on how to address and protect safe drinking water. I mean, I've been an advocate of that for many years. I was a deputy at Guam EPA in 1992 when we were involved with the negotiations with the military to put Anderson Air Force Base on the national priorities listing. I spent 14 years as a community member of the Restoration Advisory Board. I was the very first co-chair for Anderson Air Force Base to address the review and oversight and prioritization of sites on and off base that were contaminated by the military, to either address total cleanup or mitigation where necessary or where the technology provided for that. So I have no issue with regards. I certainly, and Senator Chris and all of us, are very much for safe drinking water. But in this particular resolution, I mean, the first page and a half addresses that, and then it totally diverges into what is an issue with regards to the firing range and related concerns. And we're not saying those issues aren't important, but we definitely believe those issues should be separated. Safe drinking water is one discussion, and if that's the title, is the title of the resolution all focused on, safe drinking water for World Water Day 2021. And recognizing the importance of protecting our Northern Guam aquifer and precious water resources and ensuring the health of our people. That's the title of the resolution. The contents of the resolution tell you a different story. And certainly if we want to debate the issue of the military buildup, then let's have a resolution on the military buildup. And let's have that discussion. We're not in any way trying to condone any of the bad practices that have happened with regards to military in terms of any dumping. I mean, the whole issue of environmental protection didn't even arrive formally until the early 1970s. And certainly here on Guam EPA was not created till 1973. So there are a lot of sins of the past that need to be addressed. But moving forward, we also need to acknowledge a lot of steps have actually been taken to address those cleanups, and that why it was very important for Anderson to be placed on the national priorities listing, and what steps and all the amount of money, time, and effort that's been invested in cleanup. But when we want to just point the finger one way and blame the military, and yet ourselves and so many practices that are happening outside the gate, as Senator Chris had elaborated on. And more importantly, I have to say this, as I said on the floor, this government has almost appropriated such a minuscule amount of money. While we talk often about how important our natural resources are, we invest so little. The majority of Guam EPA hasn't changed since I left and when I started there back in 1991. The amount of staff capacity is barely another 1 or 2 or 3 people now that have been added on in the past 30 years to the staffing of Guam EPA. And most of Guam EPA is paid for by federal funds. It's not by local funds that pay for the majority of the operations and what fees they get back that they charge. But overall, environmental protection on Guam is actually paid for by the federal government. And I think we should be ashamed about that. So I certainly expect all my colleagues that are such advocates and so anti-military, perhaps, in their view of these issues, to want to reinvest some of their money, put their money where their mouth is, and start investing in environmental protection for this community. Because contrary to the view that Guam EPA is not involved or not aware, or simply because it's behind the base, the military is a lot more sensitive to these issues and the criticisms that they can get by not addressing these environmental issues in the construction of their projects, and also going back and addressing the mitigation of previous dump sites that they've created. So I think in all fairness, these issues should have been separated. If we want to talk about safe drinking water, let's talk about safe drinking water. If we want to talk about the military buildup and a resolution with regards to that, then by all means, let's put a resolution forth and have that discussion. But to combine the issue and essentially militarize this whole discussion with regards to safe drinking water and make this an anti-military resolution, I certainly, as a member of the legislature, have a problem with that.
But I mean, don't you think that any conversation about clean drinking water should include what's happening up at the buildup, because it will have an impact on clean drinking water? I don't see them entirely as totally separate.
Well, when you put a resolution and that's all you talk about, and you don't talk about what's happening in your own front and backyard that's contributing to the degradation of our waterlands, then you're not having a fair discussion, because there are a lot of activities that are happening that are unregulated, that continue to be unregulated by this government. I've been into the Hallam tunnels. I've seen these trenches that the military dug back in the day in the limestone, where they deposited all kinds of debris and chemicals. I've seen it firsthand. But I've also been into the Hallam tunnel and seen where a lot of junk cars, barrels that have unknown chemical substances of them have been left out there to deteriorate and go into our waterlands. There is almost no regulation with regards to a lot of open septic tanks that are leaching into our waterlands. I mean, the list goes on. But yet while we profess to want to attack the military, and Chris, if we want to have the discussion about being pro-military and anti-military, that's again a different discussion, because there's a lot of people on Guam that are members of military families and not themselves serving.
But Senator, I mean, to be fair though, I think just like the term anti-military, I don't think it's anti-military to hold the military accountable for potential and past contamination. And I think that anybody who served in the military would agree. I mean, I know I got family members who served in the military, and just because they served in the military doesn't mean that they think the military should be able to do whatever they want to do on our soil. I mean, that's the reality.
No,
of
Chris,
it.
I know, but Chris, I don't disagree with the point that you're making. Right. But if you want to have a discussion with regards to these issues and contaminants and the military itself, let's have that discussion. But let's not put this under the guise of safe drinking water and project to our community that if you don't support this resolution, you don't support safe drinking water, because there's a lot of activities that are happening above our waterlands that are not only a threat now, but are going to be a growing threat to the future. Let's have that discussion separately, but to combine all this in a single resolution and then say, oh, if you don't support it, you're not for safe drinking water, and try, like I said, to politicize and militarize this issue under the guise of safe drinking water, I don't think that's appropriate. I've got no problem. I've invested more time than any member of the legislature overseeing cleanup of military contaminated sites on this island. So that's something I can speak to. I'm the senator that introduced the legislation that funded the hydrogeologic survey at Weary, so that we continue to profile and understand our waterlands and study our waterlands and have our students up there be able to get the expertise and degree in the field of hydrogeology so that they can be here to reinvest back in Guam and the region. So I've got no issue. I think no one here can argue that they're not for safe drinking water, but the context of how this has been put in this resolution with this very different title, I don't think it's right. I think it should be properly separated. And our people at least should be aware and understand of what's going on, because there's a lot of dynamics. There's a lot of issues with regards to military pro and con, and we're open to having those discussions. But when we're looking at passing a resolution and looking at sending it to the United Nations to send someone, a rapporteur out here to oversee these issues, then at least let's be upfront and honest with what exactly is going on across the board that's affecting safe drinking water, than simply using this as a vehicle to come out and attack the military and give the public impression that if you don't support this resolution, you don't support safe drinking water.
That's correct. I mean, and the therefore portion of it, it's to have this group of rapporteurs to come to Guam, from what I understand, a report to which has already been provided. They didn't do the research. They've already formulated opinion, and the United Nations is gonna tell the United States government that this is what they're doing on Guam. This is what we're calling for in this resolution. As Senator Brown noted once again, it calls on EPA to do its job. We call on EPA to do its job, and we've appropriated basically nothing. Maybe we buy them a truck once in a while or something like that from the Guam legislature, and give them absolutely nothing in terms of local resources to do this job. We asked them to review all these applications that are coming in for permitting and the like, and all of these have potential of damaging our waterlands depending on what kind of application is coming in for a gas station, for something that's going to be dealing with chemicals, and they're supposed to turn that around in 30 days with the limited staff that they have. We're just not being fair when we turn around and laser focus. Yes, the military should be held accountable for what they're doing, but we're telling everybody else to do something that we're not doing ourselves at the legislature.
Senator Brown, I wanted to just bring up, because I know a lot of people who supported you because of your anti-corruption stance, but also because of your environmental work. I was Googling you last night with Save Southern Guam, and the work that you did with that organization to halt the development of high rises in Pago Bay. And I was just trying to reconcile, and I wanted to pose a question to you in my head, why you would have an issue with the high rise development, or, how you had issues, obviously, issues with that, and you guys were able to successfully defeat that development. But what would you say to those people who look at your activism on that issue and look at your statements on this issue with the contamination and the potential contamination with the buildup.
Chris, my position on contamination has never changed. I mean, who I am and what I represent all these years, even when being environmentally friendly wasn't publicly acceptable, wasn't popular, wasn't the in thing that it is today. I'm still the same person. I still have the same concerns, and I'm no less concerned about the issues with regards to the buildup. That doesn't make me anti-buildup, doesn't make me anti-military, but I think it's important, certainly, that more information is forthcoming. There's various things that concern me. I mean, look at the issue with Pago Bay. Look at our ancestral mains that were excavated that 10 years later. It's only now because we're bringing up the issue that more attention is being placed, even though it was a condition of their permit to properly address the reburials of those ancient remains. They languished for 10 years and have not been addressed. I don't see it any differently as our ancestors that are coming from the properties that we're talking about in the construction of the new base. But a lot of information is not forthcoming. I mean, it wasn't that long ago we heard there was a burial up there of these ancestral mains, but if it happened this year, I'm sure Senator Chris and I and other members of the legislature, unless they knew about it and we didn't know about it, we would have certainly wanted to be there for that reburial. I'm certain a lot of our community organizations that advocate for this, if we couldn't get everybody there, certainly have representatives from those our local organizations present for those reburials. But a lot of this information has not been forthcoming, and it's not like our administration and our governor is not involved in these discussions. So certainly those things should be more forthcoming. So my position is no different on any of these projects. But with regards to this resolution, with regards to presenting one issue in the title, and yet the body represents something totally different, the fact that we're even having this discussion on a resolution that's titled about safe drinking water is really ironic. But I'm saying simply separate these issues. If you want to debate the military buildup, and that's what you want to present to the United Nations, and let's have a discussion on the military buildup. If we want to have a discussion on contamination, then let's have a discussion on contamination, because there's a whole number of factors that are contributing to the degradation of our northern Guam waterlands that we're so dependent upon for our, not just our economic development and all the things that come with that, but the basic existence of our lives here on this island and the future of our people on this island. So my positions are very consistent. I haven't changed who and what I am. I simply do not agree with combining these issues with a title that so misrepresents what the contents of the resolution actually state.
All righty
then. Chris, and I've heard it mentioned a lot of times on this station by others who have had this position. We could chew gum and walk at the same time. Why would I have wanted to put the resolution back in committee for further hearings if I don't want to hear what the people have to say on both sides of the issue? But yet the same senators voted that down. Why don't you want to have a larger conversation about this issue? If I wanted to kill it, I would have said put it in the inactive file. But I didn't. I said, put it back in committee so we can hold more hearings and roundtables on this issue. This is not simply a firing range issue. And if that's an issue, I want to sit down and talk about it. And I'm not saying it's not an issue. But why wouldn't they at least vote to put it back in committee to further substantiate their position?
I know we got a state funeral this morning for former Speaker Jyoti. Senator, let me just ask you the status on the official misconduct bill, because I saw that Senator Moylan has a bill where he's trying to redefine the legal definition of what is official misconduct. I don't know if you had eyes on that, but is that going to affect your measure that is...
Well, I haven't seen Senator Moylan's bill. I have to look it up. But as of last week, I understand they were awaiting 2 more signatures in committee. So I have been following up, and certainly... today's not the day for me to ask the oversight chair, but I'm sure by next week I can appropriately approach him and find out the status, because the public hearing for that bill was over 2 months ago. And it's a very simple bill. It's not complicated. It's barely a page and a half. So I've seen many bills that have been far longer and most recently heard, and they're already on the agenda. So I definitely want to see that bill move forward. And if they're going to vote it up or down, let's make sure that bill sees the light of day as it should.
Right on. Well, thank you, Senator Dueñas, Senator Brown, for coming on this morning.
Thank you very much as well.
Okay.
Thank you,
you guys.
Chris, and to the KUM team.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there you go. 9:38. Hey, I got to take a break. And we're coming back with Mark Scott of the Guam Guard next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
It's Dirty Politics, weekly on The Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island, and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Sipping on a cold one, now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise, yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast, yo. I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Sand beaches, surrounded by my nature, no need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
Representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the Izzy. Me Scoop Dog on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pot. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village. Jordan's where you'll find me. Or down in Naval Man with my nails right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the chair loose, tell them we gon' barbecue. The crew rolling by tonight. We got Slim on the left and YD to the right.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. I gotta get some brew cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tatagat so we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. We're just kicking back in the village. All the kids are playing around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island.
On the island of Guam, baby.
Memories we're talking about with just you.
Good talk, 946. Welcome to The Link. Brought to you by East West Rental, Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box, where there's never a bad time for Jack in the Box's newest $3 sauce and loaded curly fries. Available in 2 flavors, J, triple cheddar.
Say my favorite word. Say it slow, though.
Spicy.
Yes.
Pepper.
Yes.
Jack Hattig. Spicy pepper jack. That's good stuff. It's great. Jack in the Box. You're the man. Let's head into the Zoom room where Mark Scott of the Guam Guard is standing by.
Oh, Captain, my captain.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason, Joe, sir. How are you guys?
We're doing pretty good, man.
Mark.
We're doing pretty good. You know, just making our way towards this, I don't know, you might have heard this little like Pat the Half kind of thing.
Never heard of it. Could you explain the whole thing?
Oh, Lord. You need a nut graph. We're trying to vaccinate half of our adult population, and I hear we're just a couple thousand shots away from doing that. Mark, just wanted to get you on to kind of detail the Guard's effort as we anticipate reaching the Pat the Half within the next few days. So where are we at with you guys? How can people go get vaccinated?
Okay, yeah. Hey, thanks for that. Thanks for having me on, Chris. Yeah, I did see that we're pretty close to that. That number, I think, is 62,500. That's our magic half, right? And I know that because of that, we can start doing things like looking at lifting restrictions and returning to some kind of normalcy. So that's everyone's goal, to do it safely. I think we all want that. We all need that. And we're pretty close. So in order to help make that happen, yes, please come down to the UOG Fieldhouse with your appointment in hand. Today's the first day we're going to roll out the J3, Johnson Johnson, Triple J, whatever they're calling it. And it's going to be a little bit different today because there's going to be a choice. For those of you who show up today and you want to get your dose 1, of course, if you're 16 or 17 years old, you're going to get Pfizer. But for anyone 18 years and above, let them know your choice. I want Moderna or I want Johnson Johnson, because we're going to have both in stock. We have 200 doses of the Johnson & Johnson available on hand. So let them know until we have supplies, until supplies last. You have that choice. And then let's get this thing done. Let's get this path to half and let's get things reopened up. So please go down to, there's a link. It's a bit.ly link. You can find it all over the place. It's in the JIC release. It's on the Guam Guard social media pages. Just go there, and it takes about 5 minutes to make your appointment. Come on down and get vaccinated, and let's go.
Right on. That was his pitch, guys.
Yeah, Mark, can I just ask, because I mean, I've always had immense reverence for the military, right? And for you guys, it's almost, I mean, I don't want to oversimplify it, but you're like, okay, we were given a mission. It's our job. It's in our nature. It's what we train for. We're going to get this thing done. But for people that are still kind of like on the fence, even though statistically we're so close, and they were like, I don't know if I want to get it. I'm a little bit hesitant and everything like that. Why is this good for the community, and why is the process and the ability, the way that you guys have been able to streamline getting your shot, giving people information, reassuring them that they're doing the right thing for our community? Like, why is it good that they make an appointment, show up, and get their shot?
Yeah, Jason. So the general idea is that we take care of each other here. It's not just the National Guard that serves people. We've got public health in there. We've got all kind of volunteers from AmeriCorps. We've got nurses from DOE. We got people that come on their day off because they all know that this is we call it in FMALIC, we call it looking out for each other. We call it kind of basic common decency. And we understand, of course, if you have concerns, if you're not convinced, if you're in a demographic that has a certain amount of risk, no one's here to judge you. If you want to do more research, we're not going to judge you. We understand. We have people in the Guard too who have their hesitancy, and that's fine, right? But if you've already decided that the vaccine is something that you want to get, then for those of you, we say, come on down, make your appointment, get online, register on Eventbrite, and let's help keep each other safe. Let's do what we can to protect our family and move on with our lives.
Right on, Mark. What else is going on with the Guard, man, as we're now, again, marching towards that path to half and anticipating reopening of the island? How's that going to affect Guard ops?
Well, so you guys may not have heard as much about it because of course the disease and the vaccination efforts dominate the headlines. But we've had a lot of stuff going on this whole time. We've had deployments going out and coming back. We've had training cycles. We've had other missions. For example, our SEC-4 mission that defends the THAAD site, the air missile defense site up in Jigo. They're about to have a changeover. There's a new batch ready to take over. We got about, I want to say 20 to 30 troops training right now here on Guam for the first time in 10 years. It's called ALC, their Advanced Leaders Course. It's going to enable them to go from sergeant to staff sergeant. So we're excited about that. They're out there in the swamps at Port Beach getting all muddy and training. We just have a lot of stuff going on, guys. We have 2 units from the Air Guard that are deployed. We're still continuing with our readiness requirements and always being ready, always being there. So there's not going to be much change to our operations. We are going to be able to recall everyone who's been on COVID duty and get them caught up with their readiness requirements. But, we haven't stopped, you guys. We've still been going strong during this pandemic, and we're going to continue to do so.
Right on. Mark, thanks for your time this morning.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on. You guys take care and stay safe. Thank you.
Right on. We'll see you. Mark Scott of the Guam Guard. Right. Good morning. 9:52. Break time. We'll be back with Cover Me, brought to you by our friends at Burger King, where it is a Whopper Wednesday. Yep. Go to any Burger King. My favorite's Agotnia. Although I really love the airport. Man, I had a ritual. Whenever I would go somewhere off island,
Sabrina and I did that when we went to New York.
I always go and get me a Whopper up at the airport. Especially because these airlines, now they're like too cheap to serve you any food. So I fill up on a Whopper. So when I travel, my favorite Burger King is the one at the airport. But Agotnia Burger King, go in there, buy a Whopper, just say, I love the Whopper.
I'm shamelessly biased towards Tumon and everything, so I love my
Oh yeah,
my Tumon Burger
Tumon,
King.
not bad.
The drive-through is fantastic.
Yep. So you just get a Whopper. You say, I love the Whopper. Say Huguaizaha Whopper. They're going to give you another Whopper for free.
And you know what? If you are going through the Tumon drive-through and everything, the police Koban is right there. Yell.
Yeah, safe.
Let them know that makes the police like giggle and everything like that.
Go give them a Whopper.
Yeah, give them your
Whopper.
Perfect example. Inafamaulik. Give them the extra one.
Inafamaulik.
I love the Whopper, and I love my police force. And here you go, officer.
There you go.
Thank
No,
you for
don't give
taking
me
care
a
of
ticket. There you go. Okay, so
Sorry I yelled.
we're back with more of The Link. Next, good morning.
The world of television is more
Family
exciting.
platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
It's Dirty Politics, weekly on the link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect.
Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas did confirm that 2 doctors working at the hospital returned from travel to India and eventually tested positive. They're waiting on a confirmatory test. They've been isolated and quarantined. That was kind of one of the big takeaways. He also had a good conversation with Senator Joanne Brown, Senator Duenas, about their opposition to Senator Sabina Perez's clean water resolution. That was a good talk. Also, Mary Rhodes provided a lot of intel on the restaurant revitalization funds. It's 10 a.m., KUAM TV. Thank you guys so much. All right, and now we're going to do Cover Me, which is brought to you by our friends at Burger King. Again, it's a Whopper Wednesday. I love the Whopper. It's so easy. And hey, it's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. It's this morning's Cover Me right here on the link. Good morning.
Just say what you need. Voicemail won't cut it for me. Maybe I should text you. Maybe you would come through, but that will give you all control. I need a miracle, please. Genie in a bottle took a leak. Maybe